Okay, I'll unmute too. Okay, so I've unmuted and I've had my camera on.
I can hear you, Jim. You're good.
Oh, good.
You're up here.
Yeah, we were worried.
Richie, so I did.
Oh, yeah, you're up there too.
Are you hearing an echo, Brandon?
Not right now. Sounds pretty good.
You're a name tag.
Oh.
She went through that thing 3 times and cannot find it. Did you take it home?
I did it. I was gonna say somebody else wanted to have it before I became famous. So, oh, this was the original.
She said she cannot figure out, and then she tried to do white print on black and.
Here.
I know.
We should probably get started. Although he doesn't like talking about that. We'll talk about that next.
And cyber trucks.
All right, we're live. Okay. So good evening, everybody. Sorry. Sorry. Well,
We have a little echo.
let's welcome to our workshop this evening. Tonight we have 3 items. The first is time of use. The second is utility fee structure for special districts. And third is Boulder County Housing Authority proposal. So we're going to start with utilities and engineering board. We have Chair Jim Kara here. Would you like to give us your presentation, Chair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have my mute on now.
I think that's better.
Yeah.
Because I heard an echo going on there. So anyways, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make the case for the transition to time of use rates for Lions. Basically, the last time this came to the board was almost 1.5 years ago. And that was the end of the Tierra Resources study that we had at that point in time. And unfortunately, in my opinion, that study wasn't good enough to actually give us rates that I felt were adequate enough to go through and recommend. So subsequently, what I did was I went and looked at the data myself. I have previous professional experience doing database analysis and cost analysis, and moved that study, go up through the UEB and the SSC, the HSSC, and the EVC, boards and commissions, and all were very helpful in helping refine the analysis. And that's what I'm going to present to you today. And what I've done is, as time allows, one of the issues is that it's get to be a very detailed topic. And so I kind of put it at a high level. Some of my briefing slides I've put it in the back. And if you want, I'm hoping to allow enough time to get to questions, so we can address whatever your questions are or concerns and move forward from there. So basically, here's the contents, what I plan to do, basically how, why now, what's the effect, what's the actual rates, what's the impact on different classes out there, and what's the timeline, recommended action. Basically, what we're proposing is a 3-tier time use rates. We got the mid tiers for about 3 hours that are experienced every month, basically from 5 to 8, and then we bracket that with an hour on each end. And then you got off-peak times, and you can see the dashed line represents what our current rates are. So basically what we're trying to do is balance off, so we're not trying to raise rates overall, we're trying to have a net neutral impact. And basically, Fort Collins adopted time of use in 2018. Excel started implementing in 2022, and they just got approval to revise the time use structure in this past February. They're going to move forward with that later this year. But one of the things to understand, it's not just, being adopted in the US, it's also over the whole world is adopting these. And one of the analysis that I give follow on reading in the back actually presents some of the international stuff, projects that are going on there. And even last week, we were at a CAMA meeting, Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities, and was it Delta Colorado said they were starting to look at time use rates. So why change now? Well, now it's possible with smart meters. In the past, you couldn't do it. We had to go around annually read the meters at once a month, and they didn't have the capability to store hourly data. Also, it saves ratepayers money. If we can drop that peak usage, that saves on our wholesale energy costs. And it's environmentally sound. Again, it's possible now that we have the smart meters since 2021. I guess I've already done this. And also, we got a situation where smart meters can also be read manually. And we got a situation now, I'm not sure about 7 or 8 people who have opted out of smart meters due to RF and data, privacy concerns. But if we program those, we can actually program that they can be read manually and still collect that data, that will have the hourly data, but we'll have that at once a month.
I would just point out, we will need to switch the 8 meters there to our current meters that they don't have. We will just turn off the RF aspect if that's somebody's concern. So everybody will have a new meter, but those who are concerned about the RF or the wireless can have that part turned off.
I should go back there just a step. It doesn't actually collect hourly data. What it does is it drops those peaks into buckets. And so we get a reading for each one of those buckets, the peak, the mid peak, and the non-peak hours. So we'll get like 3 different readings that will just capture a month, and then we can do the rates based on that, or the bills based on those. So basically you got actually half of Lion's cost, wholesale energy costs, are based on demand. The peak hour of demand that Lions experiences every single month. And that's represented in the mean fixed cost recovery charge. But not only mean is using demand-based costs, but also our transmission provider, which is WAPA. And our WAPA hydroelectric also has a demand component. So all 3 of those get into the demand cost area. And only half is based on our current rate structure. And that's the mean energy cost and the WAPA energy cost. And here you can get idea. So, just a little over 50% of the cost are actually, demand related, not based on our, a fixed average cost each month. And what the goal is to try to reduce those demand costs for mean. Basically what we got is, again, reducing that peak demand to reduce our demand costs. And we got, it's not just WAPA, but we got, not only power plant, but also electrical substation, wire, and transformer are all sized based on the peak demand. They're not based on total electric we use every single year. And Lions is not for profit, so any savings that we receive are going to be passed on to the customers. And there's another situation where you got peak generation, which generally has to be handled by carbon-based things like coal plants and natural gas, even though Lions has it offset by the green rate. So there is that green component that's to this. And the costs and savings, basically we got in the 2025 budget, we got 10K put aside for adjusting census meters and the data export. And we got another 15K sell to update the billing system, so we can handle it. And we've got another 5K in there just for education. But one of the things we got, both SFC and HHSC have volunteered to help with the education portion of this. You know, with a conservative 3% savings, you know, we should be able to save, you know, over 15K per year by adopting time of use rates. Optimistically, we could even capture as much as 10% savings, which would get us up to 50K per year. So there's really the potential for saving a lot and not that much risk for going forward with this. Again, why change? It's not fair to customers, you know, why should customers at night be charged such a high rate? It allows customers to take advantage of cheaper rates during non-peak hours, saving on electric bills. You know, think in terms of heating in the middle of the winter time. You know, encourage and reduces the cost associated with electrification. So here you can see our current rates. And shortly, if the second reading is approved tonight, we'll adopt these new rates. And basically this briefing has been updated. All the cost figures in here are updated to show the change based on these new rates. You know, if they don't get adopted tonight, then, you know, these would have to be redone. So some of the prime questions that we had to look at was, what are the peak and non-peak time periods? What's the rate ratio that we should use? And what are the actual rates that we should propose? So basically, based on the wholesale costs, the rate ratio should be, you know, 5 to 1, which is, you know, seemed rather high. Here, Resources recommended 3.3 to 1. And we got Fresh Energy, I provide an article out there, you know, recommended 4 to 1. And again, what they're seeing in the studies that they've looked at is we can expect like a 10% savings on the peaks for the 4 to 1 ratio, and only about a 5%, you know, if we drop down to a 2 to 1 ratio. And here's all the peak demand, the peak hour over the last, what was that, 7 years, 16 to 23. You'll see that the primary peak is happening over 50% of the time it's happening at 7 o'clock every night. And then you got 25% happening at, you know, 6 p.m., you know, 15% at 8 p.m. with a smattering outside of those occasionally. And what we did, you know, detailed analysis on looking at, well, did it vary by day of the week? Did it vary by season? We found that it did not, you know, and versus other utilities are finding seasonal differences and actually day of the week differences, you know, and holidays, you know, they're not instituting time of use during those periods. But from what I've seen, there's no rationale, you know, for, you know, dropping the week out. So basically, you look at, you know, the ratio again, you know, this where we got, you know, this, you know, it's not going to be 5 to 1 now, you know, but we got a situation where this is where we're trying to capture in this one bucket there, the demand costs we're trying to capture there, and then the energy costs capture that bottom line. So what I did was next had to analyze all the data. There's close to 10 million records, hourly records that I looked at. And that's where my SQL database experience came in handy. And so we looked at residential, non-residential, and the net meter accounts. And basically, what I did was I analyzed what the cost would be currently with the current rate structure, and then what would the cost be with the new rate structure. And then I adjusted the rates until they were even, you know, the new rates, the time of use rates. And that's where we came up with these specific numbers. So the peak is 33.04 cents per kilowatt hour. Mid-peak 20.65, and the non-peak would be 8.226 cents per kilowatt hour. And that ends up being, roughly, over. Anyways, that ends up being about 61% the time of use energy charges, and the energy charges, basically 62% are the energy charges, and only 38% are the time of use charges. So it's not fully that 5-to-1 ratio that we have. It's actually very much still skewed over to the energy charges. So what we're recommending here is 3 tiers, gone over that a number of times, and then the same 7 days a week, same for residential and non-residential, include net meters, and again, upgrade the older manually read meters. This slide is what the effects are on various rate classes in town. And let me try to explain this. What you got an average residential bill is currently $98 per month. And that includes the base fee. Now, if you add in time of use, overall, that will increase the average bill by $2 a month for the average residential. Well, then I wanted to bracket what's going to happen with who's going to experience the greatest cost increase and who's going to experience the greatest cost savings. And I can't give you specific, businesses and numbers, but I can tell you what the very top 5 bills would look like out there on residential. And those top bills, they're kind of using a lot of electricity,
And we just lost the sound. You guys hear me? The sound for the Board of Trustees room seems to have kicked off.
their bills are even higher, $248 per month. And here you can see the number of higher bills is 474 and lower is 399. So that's roughly, 55% of the bills will be higher and 45% are actually going to be, lower. So it all kind of is balancing out. Now, non-residential is different. What you got on the whole, the businesses peaks are actually happening earlier in the day. So they're the ones that are going to benefit the most with time of use. And the average non-residential bill is $247, and they're going to save on average $9 per month. Okay, then if you look at the top 5 that have the highest increase in their bills, they're going to see an increase of $63 per month. And then you see the top 5, they'll experience a lower bill. And I took out the school because the school makes out really well. The school is going to save a lot, because they're generally not operating at nighttime. So I took those out not to skew the the numbers, plus they're such a high energy user. But even taking the school out, on whole, those top 5 are gonna, on the saving the most, are gonna save more than the businesses that are experiencing more. And what's interesting in some of these, some of the businesses are in both categories. Got Oscar Blues, for instance, it's in both those categories. You know, their brewery operation, their upper business, you know. So they're in the top 5 as saving, and their top 5 as, you know, being lower. But overall, you got about only 33% are gonna have higher bills. The majority, you know, almost 2/3 are gonna have lower bills.
Hey, Jim, just so I'm clear, this is all based on their current past usage.
This is
So
all.
this is without shifting any demand.
Thank you for making that point, and that's a very important point, because this assumes absolutely no change in energy usage. And that's not what we're hoping to achieve. We're hoping that people will be able to achieve an energy savings and adjust their usage and save on their bills. And by them saving on their bills, then Lines reduces its costs and can actually, in the long run, lower our energy rates.
But even if they don't, you're showing how many people would still save with no change.
Even if
how many
no one
people would go
changes
up.
at all, you know, this is what would happen. And then I ran the low income, and the low income here had an increase of $1 per month. And in the top 5, again, only $3 per month on average. In the bottom, the savers only saved about $2 a month. So in my mind, that's kind of noise level.
On the low income rates, we just changed the base rate, right? So they'll actually be paying $1 a month. If we haven't, if it passes on second reading, we'll change the base rate. And that would lower their base rate by $1 a month, and this, so it would really be, if this works out correctly, it would
Yeah,
actually.
and that's actually one of the reasons why we did lower we were originally looking at lowering the base rate, you know, due to that reason, to make it look better. But subsequently, you know, we decided to just move forward and separate them totally. So, you know, there wasn't any confusion about what was happening there. And in my mind, I think the base rate belongs a little lower anyways. So,
And so just a time check here, Jim, we got about 6 minutes left on this item.
okay, let me race
Sorry.
through here. Basically, the number one concern I had was that people thought, you know, for those people who are perceived as not being able to change their usage, you know, they come home at night and then they turn on all their stuff and then they go out and they're spending all their time at night, and they can't change in businesses, restaurants, and so forth. And basically, I'm saying even those people, you should be able to adjust their usage. And I've got some charts here, maybe I better cut it off there. But again, basically what I'm after tonight is getting you to prove going forward on the Cassell and the census, you know, changes. Hoping you'll do that in your regular meeting. And I'll be around, and so if you have further questions at night, you know, feel free to ask me. And I'm willing to come back and discuss it more. I had to do that with, you know, the SSC and UEB, just to move stuff through, and I'm more than willing to do that with the DOT.
Thank you. Dave, you've got a question?
Yeah, just on the cost, you know, you have your variable and fixed cost, or I forget the terms you have, but so it's almost 50-50. When I look at this mean document, it says the fixed cost recovery charges 35% of their bill. So I assume as WAPA skew that to our charges from them.
Yeah, we got to add in our transmission costs and also the hydroelectric costs, but also what you're looking at is the overall mean cost and not Lions specific subset of costs that mean charges
Okay,
Lions.
okay,
It's all based on our peak demand, so Lions could have a higher peaks than some of the other member utilities. And that could be causing that, is skewing it over to Lions.
and in here, I think you may have mentioned this already, but every 3 years, they recalculate the charge based on our peak. So it behooves us to lower our peak,
Yes,
because that,
And it's not every 3 years. Every year they recalculate it up.
On a
to the
3-year rolling.
3-year. Yeah.
Tanya?
Yeah, I was really appreciating the chart you shared, this bar graph around Colorado household electricity consumption, that's from 2020. And so I noticed that electric vehicles don't appear on here at all. And so I'm just really curious because here it talks about the, billion kilowatt hours that are used for charging. Things like air conditioning is at the top of the list. But I would love to see how EV chargers compare with the rest.
yeah, I couldn't find
You don't have
any
anything
charges. I just figured they were falling into the other, but I wasn't even sure about that. But one of the things I do have a chart in there on EVs, and basically if people come home at night and plug in their EVs, it's a money loser for the town right now under the current rate structure. And if they would just, if we incentivize them to charge at the off-peak hours, then we're gonna save a lot of money.
Well, and I'd just like to add, I think there's a huge educational campaign around how to program your electric devices, whether it's an EV, electric vehicle, or whether it's an appliance. We were used to this when we lived in Europe, 15 years ago. But all of the appliances, all of electrical devices, you could program every single thing to, to wash or do whatever at off-peak hours. So I think I'm not sure if a lot of residents here are familiar with how to program their appliances or whether it's possible. So I think that's something that we need to pay attention to when it comes to educating people. Like I would have no idea how to program my electric car to charge at, 10 o'clock, for example. I'd have to look at that, or midnight.
One question about Fort Collins experience. I know there's if we do this, there's gonna be a major educational campaign to explain it to people and do things like Trustee Gary just suggested, we had a program around the peaks. In terms of after the initial education and implementation period, has Fort Collins had to add additional staff or outside expertise to tweak this as they go forward? I mean, my concern is you understand this very well, Aaron understands this very well, but should either or both of you not be here 5 years from now for some reason? We have to go out and get somebody or hire somebody internally to monitor this on an ongoing basis.
I think, even for the rate study, I did the rate study.
Yeah.
It's going in the second reading, and you would probably have to hire someone to go with, but by actually doing it and having everyone go, the time of use, it simplifies the analysis tremendously. And that's why I didn't want to divide it up and do residential separate and have opt-outs and all this other stuff. It really simplifies things and allows it to be adopted by a small town of our size.
And then the software gets updated. And so once it's updated, it's in place. If there are problems, even now with our software between Census or Cassell, we did actually see that when the 1 week had 1 extra week of billing because of how they work together. We're going out to the software companies to actually say, hey, why isn't this working properly? So I think once the rate structure is in place, it's not either of us doing anything with that time of use.
I think, over time, you probably want to make sure the peaks aren't migrating around. But that doesn't take too much work to actually, do that type of analysis.
Thank you. Glenn? Okay, I want to thank you for this. I know you've been waiting a long time for this. I know that you and the UED and Aaron have been working on this for a long time. So thank you. And are you gonna hang around
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna
the
hang
discussion? Okay, I was gonna say, we can get you a panelist invite if you would rather do it from home.
No, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, All right, so let's move on then to our second item, which is utility fee structure for special district.
And so on that, staff were asked how special districts like the Lions Regional Library District or the Lions Fire Protection District are charged for their utilities, since they're not exactly the same as the utility rates for residential or non-residential. So I put in there the standard rate fee structure. There's a lot in there, but it was there to refer back to that if desired. Both of those entities have different rate structures. And so, right, the Lions Regional Library does pay a base rate, but then they pay the town rate for their electric usage, the amount of electricity they actually use. They don't pay the standard residential or non-residential. They pay what would be the wholesale rate, the rate that we pay mean, which does include these fixed costs that were just talked about and the energy costs. But so again, they're slightly different than the standard residential or non-residential. Then you have the Lions Fire Protection District, which pays the base and standard commercial rates for electricity. Sorry, I should go back. The Lions Regional Library does pay non-residential for water and sewer. So on the library district side, they pay a different rate in electric, but the same water and sewer. On the Fire Protection District side, they pay the standard commercial rate for electricity, but they have a flat rate set for them for water and sewer service. And so I just included in there that you could see in my little memo that the average amount of water we use, again, a residential average is 3,000 gallons. In the wintertime, when there's no irrigation, when the irrigation comes on, we don't have a set average, but that probably goes up at least 5 to 8 or 10,000 gallons a month. And then the one other component of that is that the Lions Fire Protection District does use water out of the fire hydrants when they're doing training. You may remember this was discussed briefly once before. There were some concerns on that about people thought they used it to wash their fire trucks. And the new chief at the time, Chief Stump, did send you all an email back last year when he first started, really commenting and emphasizing to everyone that the fire trucks are washed with water behind their meter. They do not use the fire hydrants at all for washing trucks. So that should not be a concern. Any of the water usage from the fire hydrants was for their training. There is still some discussion on whether or not that water that's used for training should be covered by the town if it's not being charged for, and it's the town residents who end up paying that at the wholesale rate, right? There's no bill, so it's the amount of water used, and that water we pay Longmont for. So we're covering that cost, but they do serve the entire fire protection district. So to some extent, that cost might be borne by town residents and not the entire fire protection district. So they were a couple of slightly different concerns on the utility side of things. Again, for fire hydrants, we do have meters that can be rented out that construction companies use. They pay the standard bulk water rate like somebody would pay here if they came to get water at our pipe water location. And so that's one item to look at, would be using a hydrant meter for training, if that actually worked for their training procedures. That more might be a question for the fire protection district. So with some of the discussion of them, I did want to make sure they were involved and aware, and they're here also.
Thank you. Gentlemen.
Hi.
Good evening. I hear you.
Good evening, Steve Fishy, Line Fire, trustees, staff. So yes, we do use water for training. And at times we probably use a lot based on the evolution, the type of training that we're doing. The most common situation for us is when we have people that are trying to certify or become certified as a engineer, the person that drives the engine and has to pump the engine and
figure out friction loss and all those things that are involved in getting water on the fire. That's when we have a tendency to use a fair amount of water. After talking it over with Chief Stump, we are going to look at modifying some of our training that we traditionally have been doing. This afternoon was a good example. The crew was out training a new person, just the very basic. Okay, a fire hydrant, hose into the fire truck, and now what? How do we get the water out of the fire truck and onto the fire, and so that we're not killing somebody on the other end of the hose that's trying to hold on that hose when we're trying to put out the fire. So we can do some of those things without using a lot of water. But in the instance where we know that we're going to be in a situation where we're gonna have a number of people that are trying to certify as an engineer, we don't have a problem with you guys metering that water. Obviously, the devil is in the details and how that works and how we make connections, because there's a lot of things that go into that. In terms of the engine pulling up to the fire, one of the firefighters running back and pulling off the hose and then connecting it to the hydrant, how he connects or she connects to the fire hydrant. Those are some of the details we'll have to work on. We have 3 different ways to connect to the hydrant, right?
You tested on 4.
4, I'm sorry. All of our people get tested annually on four different ways to hook into a fire hydrant. So, but we don't need to use water to do that, or very limited amount. But in the engineered testing process, we do have to use a fair amount of water. And in that particular instance, we'll get with the town and work out the arrangements, and you can meter the water. So, any questions along those lines?
I have a question. Do you all train other fire districts at your place?
No, we do very limited joint training. And when we do that joint training, we typically do it at the Boulder Regional Training Center. Because it's a multi-company, multi-faceted type of training. We're looking at doing a number of different things during a particular evolution. And so, yeah, very seldom do we have another fire department coming in and using any water. Very seldom. I can't even think of a time.
Outside of actual incidents.
Yeah, outside of an actual incident. I can't think of the last time we had a fire department over here using any city water or town water to train with.
It would be useful if we could consider logging an estimate instead of precise meter.
Yeah. So.
Anybody else?
We're only suggesting metering hydrant water for training purposes, correct?
I haven't had any suggestions yet. This was a discussion.
We're not talking
of what
about actual
to do.
firefighting.
No,
Oh,
not fire.
no.
That wasn't in my head.
No.
Any questions for staff or Chief Fishke?
Got a question for staff. I think Jim already answered. What is the other special district in town is school district? They pay non-residential rates for electric. I think that Jim said that. What do they have any special arrangements on their water use?
No,
They pay non-residential water.
I've not seen anything different on there. I can double check that, but I am pretty positive they just pay this non-residential for all 3, water, sewer, and electric.
This is more for staff, but do you recall why they were set up as flat rate versus metered for the water usage at the station itself?
Oh my gosh, that was done years and years and years ago.
Before my time.
Yeah.
Way back.
Way before my time too, and just because it was a service that they provided to the town and they were trying to work something out for them. But
It was
it's
probably-
really never changed a lot in all of that time.
I think it's when we ran our own water treatment plant.
That
It's
too.
when we went to
Oh, okay.
Longmont.
Yeah.
You know, there would be a difference, because we have to pay Longmont for their water they're
Well,
using.
exactly, and that's what I'm bringing up. To
And the
me, that's a
time is-
bigger concern than
Yeah,
the training, and it sounds like you guys can figure out the training aspects and minimize the water, but there'll be times when we need.
may I ask why you think you should only meter for certification versus all hydrant use?
Well, because, like this afternoon, I bet you the amount of water that they flowed was minimal in terms of the evolution that they were training on, so. But that can happen every day, and so to take off and put on, and I don't know, that would, again, the devil would be in the details, how we would work that out. But if that's the town trustees' desire, then we certainly can look at it, but a lot of the training that we do, we hook up to that hydrant that's located next to the station. Not that much water flows. It's just a matter of seeing the water that's coming into the truck, measuring how we measure that and how we rate it, and then what kind of flows we're gonna have going out of the truck. So we don't flow that much. But again, if that's something that you would like to try and address, we're more than amenable to discuss it with you.
Did you talk about the, what it takes to have a meter? We own one, so these are special meters for hydrants, and they cost about
We own
3,000.
3,
We own 3.
yeah.
And we rent those out to when contractors are in town and want to use larger amounts of water. That's why we have those. And so the question would be whether or not the fire department should just purchase a meter. And you're hooking up the hose anyway, so it's not a big deal to hook up the meter at the same time. It's actually good training probably. Is my thought on it. And knowing that, I don't know what the calls for service are in the district versus in town.
Oh, once we get outside of town, we don't have that issue.
No, but I mean, the amount of revenue coming in from people who choose to live out in the county that aren't near a hydrant. I don't understand why the town should pay for that. I just really don't. I think the whole district should pay for it, especially with your new mill increase. I mean, to me, the town of Lyons, me as a resident, I'm paying for water out in the county. And,
Okay, well, can we say that for the?
oh, sure. I just wanted you to understand how it works. It's a meter that hooks to the hydrant. We own 3 of them.
How often are all 3 out?
We just recently purchased the 3rd because we were having a year ago, because the 2 of them were out and I had people wanting them. And so we can make money and they're needed, make sure they're not just trying to connect to it in the summertime. So I'd say 6 months out of the year it's possible we could have all 3. And there might be the option, if it was more making sure that the cost was there, if we did have an average amount from the hydrants that we wanted to go with. And that could just be, okay, this is the average that they use, could that be added to their bill without the extra? A hydrant meter is a little bit, it's a big thing because it has a backflow preventer put on the back. And so, the fire staff are used to picking up big things, but if there is a little bit there to actually take that out every time and connect it and then take it off and disconnect it. So there is a little bit of extra involved there.
So
What about leaving
again,
it on that hydrant?
I guess if somebody's at the station all the time, I would worry somebody might wanna run off with it once they know it's a $3,000 piece of equipment.
so 2 things. Number one, as I indicated, the devil's in the details.
Yeah.
And Aaron just mentioned something that where no matter what training we're doing, if it's this type of training, then we're averaging flowing this amount of water and maybe not even getting involved in using a metering type of situation. If that's possible, again, I think what I would suggest, or what I would offer, I should say, is why don't we let Chief Stump and our training officer, Kevin Bacalucci, sit down with Aaron and his staff and try and work out what's gonna be the best for both entities in trying to make this fair and equitable. And still pay our fair share of the water that's being used. That seems to me the easiest, instead of us up here debating and not knowing all the facts.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a
Dave, did you
discussion.
have something?
I just wanted to follow up on Victoria's.
Yes,
Train of thought. So of the whole Lions Protection District, what part is the town? Is it half of your, I'm just looking for a ballpark, a number of homes served or however you measure your.
the town is by far the biggest number of structures in our fire district. Once you get outside the town, you have the Lions Valley Estates and those type of things, but I think in general, you have the town proper has the most structures in it.
You go up to Pinewood?
No, we do not.
Okay.
There's a borderline up North St. Parain that separates us. It's a ways up,
Okay,
so.
all right, thank you.
Chair Kerr, has the UEB ever talked about this that you recall?
Sorry to put you on the spot, but you're sitting there.
Yeah, as Aaron said, we discussed with the, and we were thinking that they should be metering their use. And that was our recommendation, but they came back and there was some pushback on that, so.
Victoria?
Just one final comment. I think the other thing, even if you don't decide to charge in the same way, I get that, but I think we need to have a better idea of how much water we can account for every year. There's always this gap of a couple million gallons and it's always like, where's that going? So it would help us, I think, even if there's not nonetheless of the charge. Just to account for where our water's at, to make sure we're not having a million gallons leaking somewhere. This is just another consideration when you talk about.
Anybody else on the board? Any questions or comments? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good seeing you again.
You too. Okay, so let's move on to our third and final item, which is the Boulder County Housing Authority for proposal.
Wasn't Susanna?
Colleague coming, Tanya's
Is this
coming.
yours? Oh, I saw someone walk by. We can go find her though, so come in. Go ahead. Do you need to plug in?
Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, I figured, no rush. We wound up a minute ahead of schedule, so. Big advantage.
Who's Tanya? You want her up here with you or you okay down? Okay. Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Right. Hi, everybody. Lisa Ritchie, town staff, here tonight to introduce BCHA, Boulder County Housing Authority, who has been kind of tracking the Carter Court lots rezoning and have a proposal to share with you. Staff has shared some kind of preliminary information with them, but before we go any further in any dialogue, we really wanted to check in with the board. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Molly Chang. We also have Sean Doherty and Tanya.
Minutes.
Sorry, my apologies.
Tanya
here tonight for BCHA.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I hate to be the teacher and call on you guys, but could you keep it down or step outside? Thank you.
All right, so with that, I'll turn it over to Molly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet all of you. My name is Molly Chang. I am the Director of Development for the Boulder County Housing Authority. As I was driving into Lyons, I was like, how do I describe how much I love Lyons? Like, what is it? And I saw a mural that said the town that everybody loves, and I thought that was just fitting. So I'm really excited to be here tonight. I'm really excited to be able to potentially do a project here in Lyons. And we are, if you don't know us, you probably know us because we are your housing authority, but if you don't know us, we oversee affordable housing throughout the county of Boulder. So we do work in all the jurisdictions, Longmont, Louisville, Superior, Lafayette, unincorporated, and of course Lyons. So we own and operate a lot of properties. We also run a housing choice voucher program. So we end up serving thousands of individuals throughout our community. Next slide. Oh, whoops, this is actually a little bit older slide. We actually now own 4 properties here in Lyons. We just purchased the Seward Mobile Home Park kind of at the end of last year, so you're probably all familiar with that. But in total, we actually have 36 units here in Lyons, and let's see, Walter Self, I don't have my cheat sheet here, but we have some senior properties, some USDA rural properties. We have a number of different product types. And so we like to be good neighbors. We like to be really good, careful stewards of our properties. And we, as being part of the county, we actually, I feel, take really good care of our residents. You have access immediately to all the other departments in the county, and our property managers are very caring. They do things for our residents that are kind of surprising to me, how the level of care and individual attention. Next slide, please. This is an older presentation, but it's
Oh,
okay.
gosh.
No, no,
No,
let's
let me
Get the real one, okay.
Yeah, sorry, thought I had the correct one pulled up.
Yeah.
I can keep talking though.
Yeah, keep going. while we're-
Yeah, we've been tracking the rezoning of the site, of the Carter Court site. And it's kind of like Lyons is just coming at the perfect time. There's a lot of energy, resources, support, and attention on bringing affordable housing. I mean, it's always a big issue, but right now in the state of Colorado and Boulder County, there's a lot of really kind of new resources and attention on this problem. So here we go. Oh yeah, there's our properties, but thanks, Lisa.
Yeah.
You can make it into presentation.
This one?
Well, so you guys are very well familiar with the Prop 123. I reviewed the strategies that you had adopted that align with the mission of the Prop 123 money. You're also probably well familiar with the Boulder County Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax Dollars that was voted in 2023, and that's a dedicated funding source that has never really been seen in Boulder County before. And so BCHA staff is recommending that this project that we'll talk about receive an allocation of this tax money for the current 2025 budget, so we'd be able to hit the ground running. And then also kind of new and fresh in Boulder County is a regional approach to home ownership. So we, the Housing Authority, have been doing a lot of rental properties. Our portfolio is comprised completely of rental properties, and we're very excited to really cut our teeth on a smaller project for technical difficulties. Okay, so we're really excited to do home ownership. This is the type of affordable product that we keep hearing from the community and from boards and everybody that we'd really like to be able to have people purchase a home, build equity, build generational wealth. And so we think that this project that we hopefully can do in Lyons will be BCHA's first homeownership project. Next slide. So really the time is awesome right now to do a project. So you're familiar with okay.
Sorry, we're just trying to.
We're trying to get the people off of here so that the thing can be larger.
There we go.
Perfect, great. Okay, so the 2 parcels, 505 and 506 Carter Court, just rezoned, which is fantastic. And you're probably all well aware that there's some stream bank restoration going on. So we think BCHA has been thinking of how this deal can come together what needs to be done, what kind of resources need to be brought to the table in order to make it a possibility. And it seems like it could actually be a fairly quick to get going. Next slide, please. At just a very high level, we're thinking 4 units total, so 2 duplexes, 1 on each parcel. We're thinking 1 or 2 bedroom homes, and that's something I actually would love your feedback on, just what you think in the community. Again, this is a for sale product. We're looking at parking on site, and kind of the things that we're studying at the moment are getting into the details about how the site could become developable, what kind of setbacks or other variances would possibly have to be requested. So we're trying to think holistically. It's all very high level still. Next slide. Again, 1 and 2 bedrooms. I think we could find a place for both of these, depending on what your constituents really like. I think for a for sale product, perhaps 2 bedrooms makes a little bit more sense, but we're studying the size of the units that could fit onto the site and everything. So at the moment, it's pretty flexible. Next slide. And then one thing that we kind of work backwards when we're thinking through a real estate deal, we want to know what's our affordability, who do we want to be able to sell these units to, and that kind of determines the price at which you can sell them. These would be permanently deed restricted, and so there's a calculation that goes into determining who gets to buy these homes, and you're only supposed to spend 30% of your salary on your housing. So you kind of do this backwards calculation, and we end up with the potential sales price for these. So in the state of Colorado, Prop 123, the Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax Dollars, everyone's kind of looking at between 80 and 120% AMI, which is area median income. And so somewhere in that range is what we consider affordable. If we want to have a deeper affordability level, so less expensive homes, it will require more subsidy during the construction to be able to sell. I think the easiest way to think about this is we want to sell these homes at a certain price. They cost a certain price to build, and there may be a gap to fill. So that's where a big public-private partnership is a really awesome way to accomplish this. Next slide. Just a really high level of activities that would happen, or the way that I kind of see this coming into existence. We would go out for a competitive solicitation for a development partner. We could kind of craft what we want that partnership to look like, and I could imagine that being a conversation with both town staff and the housing authority. We would work on the land transaction. So as part of the deal, we would be looking to the town for a contribution of land. We would do quite a bit of community outreach just to make sure that neighbors are aware of what's happening and that everybody's excited. We try to get out in front of anybody who has concerns and really work with the community. We would again go through entitlements. You guys already rezoned, so it would be a pretty straightforward process. Meanwhile, we would be doing actual design and pre-development activities. So there's some legal work. There's financing work, so there's kind of a big chunk of work that Tanya and I would be working on with our preferred developer. Then the actual construction, at a high level, we have been thinking about panelized or modular. That would kind of speed and be pretty efficient. Obviously the stream bank restoration, and then there's a process that's fairly more complicated than a traditional mortgage for qualifying tenants to make sure that they're within the income limits. And the regional approach, the city of Boulder is actually managing that kind of program. So they've been running this type of thing for decades, and they're going to provide all their lessons learned and actual administrative support in qualification and selling of the homes. So it's really a P3 deal, a public-private partnership between Boulder County, who is giving the AHT money, the Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax Dollars, BCHA, City of Boulder, Town of Lyons, and this private developer. Next slide. And kind of what everybody brings to the table just at a very high level. And again, we haven't worked out the details. There's some costs unknown still, so we haven't been able to do a full financial model of this project. But BCHA and the county would bring technical assistance. Kind of with any AHT project, the development team will be lending guidance on how to do a deal. BCHA also can provide tax exemption during construction, which is a benefit and allows for affordability. And then we have our formal agreement with City of Boulder for the regional partnership for administering the sale of homes. Next slide. Potential town contributions, things I just wanted to float in front of you, ways that you guys are really in control of kind of determining the affordability of this would be land. So we would be looking for discounted or even a donation, and that could really help the deal pencil out. Possibly restoration work, or we could take that under our wing as part of the project and maybe find some efficiencies to just kind of one mobilized construction site. Fee waivers, so again, I know there's some that are not waivable. I think a lot of the water related ones are not waivable, but we would be looking at waivers of building permits and other fees. And then some planning waivers as well. I guess when we get to the discussion part, which I think is later in the agenda, we could talk about the two items that I did want feedback on. And then last slide. The private developer does bring, I believe, some efficiency and professional services and technical management that BCHA likes to partner with people in the profession. They would bring their own construction financing, and again, we would have the ability to really tailor what we want from this partner in an RFP process. That is it for presentation.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we have time to ask you questions, which is
Okay,
fantastic.
wonderful.
Yeah. So I'll start with a question. So the AHT allocation, do we have a sense of where that is in the process and a round number that we're talking about?
Yes, we are recommending up to 700,000 for, well, I think it's 700 for this project and 200 for some planning work for the Seward mobile home. I believe the way the IGAs are going to be structured is sort of a general agreement, and there could be flexibility in where those funds are allocated. As far as timing, and again, this is not quite my responsibility or knowledge, but I believe the approval with the BOCC is for May 27th minimal. And that the budget will be approved then, and it goes to 3 jurisdictions. So it's the Boulder County, which encompasses unincorporated and all the little guys, City of Boulder and Longmont. So there's kind of a population-based distribution of the funds. That's about as much as I am aware of. Yeah.
Okay. And so what you're looking for what you're looking for from us here tonight is an interest in moving forward?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of a litmus test, like this feels exciting, this sounds like something we'd want to work with the housing authority on. We like the site, yeah, but not really detailed. Yeah.
Okay, great. Trustee Hammer, any questions?
Just basic question, really. So there's 2 duplexes. That would be 1 or 2 units. So I mean, we could have 4 different units, correct? Okay.
Yep.
I don't have any questions, just exclamation marks all over the place and big smiley faces. Right here. Trustee Law?
Yeah, let me preface by saying that I don't think there's anybody on this board who's got more experience with this banking than I have. I was on the St. Vrain Creek Council when this banking was first proposed for remediation. Back then, it was $396,000, and it was all grant money, but the owner of the land at the time refused it. To me, this is a very, very difficult site on which to build. I did some math back at the house. I looked at the proposed bank remediation at a 3-to-1 slope. You've basically got anywhere from 54 to 60 feet of the back of that lot that disappears into a 3-to-1 slope, which is 18 degrees. That's the pitch of a normal home. And if I looked at the conceptuals that you presented in the presentation, I just don't see how they're gonna fit in unless they build the homes directly on the sidewalk. Have you had any geoengineer come and look at this? and look at this plan and see if any of this is at all possible?
No.
I think they wanna know if you're interested or not before
I'm
they
asking
spend
a
money.
question on what, in order to.
No. We have not, before we invest in any type of professional services, we wanted to come to you guys first.
I just didn't know whether they had done any paperwork to see if that would fit your plans before you went forward with the.
Okay, Victoria.
Our engineer has, done some planning, if the slope would change to a 2-to-1. Is what, to make it a buildable lot that fits our code. So it'd be more like instead of having the slope go all the way, like we were planning to match the western slope, it would be more of a 2-to-1 with like, more like retaining wall or gabion baskets, and you backfill it. To make it
Was
buildable.
that $750,000 quote that you sent us today?
Yep, yes. So that's just in regard to 3-to-1. He was looking at a 2-to-1 to make it a buildable lot.
But I would just mention the 750 included like 200,000 in tap fees and utilities on there, right? I didn't know if that was broken out.
It
It
is,
was only the 500,000 was the bank.
it is.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mark?
Yeah, your presentation showed 10 units in Seward Street, but there's 8 mobile home sites and there's 6 small apartments there now. How did you get to 10?
Good question. We had 2 are vacant and are being demolished. I'm sorry, you were saying there's 14 total?
There's 6 small, very small living unit apartments where you live home, and there
Yeah,
at least were 8 mobile home sites.
okay. I'm actually not as familiar with that property,
And
but I can. look
I am
into that.
because it's kind of in my backyard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I right? Have there been 8 mobile homes there for me?
And some of the mobile homes have been split into 2 units and some are not, but ultimately, my understanding is that some of the mobile homes are not habitable and so they're being removed. And so that may in fact bring the number down to 10, but I do think that it may be more than 10 as well.
And that's kind of a preface to my next question, which is, if there's the possibility of, and I understood when Boulder County Housing bought Seward Street, they were even looking at perhaps, we had heard this preliminarily, demoing those 6 small units there and going to some kind of modular reconstructed thing and increasing those perhaps to 12.
Yeah, that is still in that one has a little bit longer horizon, but that we will be coming to on
Well,
that too.
I guess what I'm leading to is, if you have the possibility of somewhere between 12 and 20 units or something at Seward Street, why wouldn't that be prioritized? Because you can end up with as many as 20 living units compared to 4.
Yeah, I think just because it's currently occupied, so there's, sort of a natural people would leave, but from my understanding, I think people have been there for a long time, so that takes a longer community engagement process, a longer sort of logistical coordination for people who are already housed there, so fair question, yeah.
And I think as far as I understand, Seward will remain rental and these are ownership. Yeah. So it's a different kind of fruit.
Thank you, yes.
The $750,000 estimate, did that include water rights as well?
Yeah. So that one, if it's still, I don't know exactly what was sent out, but there was one that Justin had done recently that was up, I thought it was 750, and that did include the water rights in there, take out 190,000 for tap fees, water rights, and utility physical connections. If that's the document that.
Yeah.
Would it be anticipated that the town would donate the water rights from its inventory?
I don't think anything's being assumed right now. I think they really just want to know if you have an interest in doing a little more research on it or not, because we do hold, as you guys know, we held some Macintosh shares for affordable. This is a different model being home ownership, so that will be up to you guys.
As I didn't mention, I love that it's home ownership. To me, the big question is 2 words, stream bank restoration.
Yeah.
Glenn?
So I agree, I love the home ownership, that's how I got to own a home. And you're able to put money away rather than just putting it into rent every month. But the stream bank restoration does worry me, and as long as that is doable, I'm all for this.
Anyone else?
Are we gonna come back to this during discussion?
Yes, it's an agenda item later, so, and as you know, we don't make decisions in workshops.
I'm curious, I know the city of, you said the city of Boulder would manage this under Boulder Housing Partners, or how does that work?
It is, there's an IGA among many of the jurisdictions to partner with City of Boulder staff who are administering the sale and resale of homes. So they would be doing, at the first sale, they would be doing compliance on the future homeowner. And then at the point where that homeowner would like to sell, there's another pretty fairly robust process to qualify the next tenant and extract the equity from the original home. It's a little bit more complicated financing. So they wouldn't really be overseeing the property. It really would be like a deed restriction on the property that references the administration through City of Boulder. So
Okay.
it would be not really, it's home ownership, so the owner really will own it, and it'll just be a kind of paper deed restriction that's recorded against the property.
And so if these are two duplexes, is there any sort of HOA?
Yet to be determined. That's something that we've talked
Yeah.
about, just in terms of the ownership structure of
Yeah.
a deal. So I think a little bit of that is still TBD. And a little bit more related to the IGA through the city of Boulder. My understanding is it's a little bit of a pilot project, pilot IGA for a set number of years. You know, if until such time, I think the individual communities can either have housing staff or shared housing staff that could take that on, or, you know, they would essentially kind of learn how to do it, but City of Boulder staff is, I think, generously offering to help the smaller communities. We may have to enter into that IGA though, for them to offer that here.
Someone wants to sell, who's determining the equity that's possible, is that Boulder?
City.
Yeah, it's City of Boulder, but it's a very rigid guidance and a structured program. So there's a policy. It's not really a gray area.
Maybe we could send out their website or something.
Yeah, I could even send actually the draft
I
policies.
have a friend in one of those homes, it's actually pretty generous.
Yeah, it is. You get to account for certain improvements that increase the value of the home. And then there's a sort of fixed inflation rate that annually that compounds. But yeah, we could send the policies, we could circulate those for sure.
And I think for the city of Boulder to kind of administer our compliance, they request that we follow all of kind of their procedures and systems like that. So it's kind of a package deal is my understanding.
That sounds like Glenn could probably give us a class in how that works.
I don't know about that.
Maybe your wife could.
When I was in there, I was not happy with, because the price of homes was increasing so much faster than we were able to, but I did put more money every month, and it obviously got me the ability to afford something where rentals, you know, get anything.
Victoria?
More of a comment, I think. I like the idea of the 100 or 110 AMI. I think that fits the needs of a lot of people. We've been talking about the gap we have here in town. I think they need to be 2-bedroom units. 1 bedroom for sale. I don't know if you guys can talk about that, but 2 people working for like the town of Lyons, making around 60,000 if it's a couple. That comes out to who this would serve really well for home ownership. I think it's that area we really missed with summer. I like that. And you said, so 100% is the requirement to be eligible for Prop 123.
Prop 123, if you want it to count toward your Prop 123 commitment, the home ownership can't exceed 100% of AMI.
Oh, okay.
Remind me, when is the AMI calculated? Is it yearly?
It is annually, yeah.
And
May.
Has it been done this
Yeah.
month yet? Do you know what it is currently for Lions or for the county?
No, the new ones haven't come out though.
Could you send that as well, please?
Yes, I'm curious to know with the state of the economy, whether they've increased or decreased or stayed the same or.
I think they increased.
They did increase
just a little bit.
A little
It's
bit.
probably 90 to 100.
Because the Lions Valley Townhomes rent has increased.
That's HUD, that's different.
That's different than Boulder County.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll send those.
Thank you.
I just have one more question before you. So if this is something the board's interested in, I know we would need to discuss what kind of arrangements made, but it could be that the town works with BCHA to just sell the lots or the land. It sounds like with the price you're thinking about, it would do either a full land purchase based on their value or the restoration. And then you guys take it from there. You're the owner of it,
Right,
and then we're out.
that would be the easiest, I think.
It's then you guys do the developer, you do the Boulder, City of Boulder, the whole bit. Wow.
Well, we're out, but we do approve a development agreement, right?
No, this is
No.
home ownership. I mean, you could probably put that in if you wanted to with whatever, but I just want to make sure I understood that if we just worked with you to transfer the land, you might be able to get stream bank less if you did it as part of construction.
Yes. That
And
would be
then
a
you
good
guys take it
possibility.
from there. The town is not involved from that point on. Okay, thank you. I just was making sure I understood that.
Couple more, we have time, a couple more questions on the cost estimate that we got this afternoon. I just looked at. This doesn't include design, right?
They would do that.
But I mean, it's the stream bank design.
Again, if that's the part they cover, they'll cover it with their contractor will design it.
Yeah.
Or we have a
True,
design.
if we went
Well,
that.
we have a design for
We have
what
the design that
we needed
passed
to
on
meet this,
them.
our original goal, yes.
Our design was the 3-to-1 flow. So you're
Yeah,
saying
it's a
that
different,
that
we
would
have
be
two different
different.
goals here, if that's what we want to do.
Yeah. I mean,
Our design was based on, a stream bank restoration, theirs is to make it a buildable lot.
I guess, so the existing design that we had done in the past and we paid a match for, that will need to be redone either for a 2-to-1 design, if that's something we do, or if we sell it to them, they'll have to do their own design, because that wasn't done with.
For this
for
intent.
Making the lots built.
Yeah, however, if you recall, the Savory Left Hand had said, if the end product meets their goal, they wouldn't necessarily require us to pay back that 27,000.
And engineer Doles did say the whole base by the stream would remain the same, that his thoughts were that it was a minimal amount of change at the upper portion and most of the design would stay the same.
Not at the upper portion, the lower portion.
Correct.
Yeah.
The upper portion is
The top.
the only part that would change.
Yeah, upper would change.
And then I've got a question on the water rights part of it. Since each of these would have 2 units, it would require how many Lake Macintosh shares per lot?
From 2.8.
2.8.
No,
Well, is there a reduction for the second unit?
that's what I was thinking. It's 1 and then a 0.7.
Yeah.
So really it's gonna be, except for the fractional, so it'd be actually 2 Lake Macintosh shares per lot.
And if you did all 4, it'd even be less.
And those, so that's really worth somewhere between
3.1.
$60,000.
3.1 units is what we need.
If the town were to contribute Lake Mac share, you're really talking about somewhere $40,000 to $60,000 worth of water shares,
Even, 45.
maybe more, like.
No, I don't think more, but around there, yeah.
All right, well, thank you. Look at this, we're right on time.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Do you want us to stay for the meeting? Okay.
so we'll take 10, we'll start again at 7 o'clock. Thanks,
Okay.
everybody. You get going?
We're live.
Okay. Right, good evening, everybody. I will call the Monday, May 19th Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams. Trustee Henrik.
Present.
Trustee Dottie.
Present.
Trustee Lowell.
Present.
Trustee Browning.
Present.
And Trustee Delman.
Present.
Thank you. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. I'll read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a brief moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everybody. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for that vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Yep. All right, so now is the time for audience business. So anybody can come up and address the Board of Trustees. I believe the clerk has a sign-in sheet. If you didn't sign in, don't worry. So what we ask is that you come on up to the podium, state your name and address, and then you'll have 4 minutes to address the board. And we just ask that you address the whole board and not one person, and that you keep the subject matter related to town business. And there will be a timer loading up there. We're gonna go to 4. Yep. Okay.
And I have Kay Sparks.
Good evening, Kay Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. I'm back. I am here as part of the Housing and Human Services Commission to give you an update. Some of you attended the disaster preparedness preparation. I think I see some nodding heads, so you were there. There were about 30 people, give or take. It was sponsored by the library, but we totally publicized it. You couldn't escape the posters or the notifications. We were hoping for more folks, but life goes on. A library survey that has been done since then showed that people said they liked about disaster preparedness. And so we've approached the library to possibly give the presentation by the Boulder County Disaster Management Group for it is called Disaster Preparedness for Rural Mountain Towns. We thought that might be a good next step. Our commission's focus now is going to be distributing those go bags, which we will be doing in the next month. To Walt Self, we're gonna work with some LEAF clients, have them identify folks who need it. And we'll be at the senior picnic. Our focus is to work with those who self-identify that they need help developing a plan. Identifying all the little pieces. It's not, for those of you that were there, it's not hard, but it is homework. You know, it's knowing the hazards you need for your particular house or our area. Getting those emergency alerts, and we can help them get signed up for that, and then planning ahead so they know a support system. And that's maybe a challenge for some people if they're loners, to know at least 3 ways out, to know what you'll take with you and have it ready, or at least know where the heck it is, and know where to go and know when to go. So what I'd sort of like from you is your input regarding how much disaster preparedness information needs to happen. Do you support this particular education? If you know others that would be more apropos, great. You have a minute, 30 seconds to give your feedback, I guess.
No, you can talk for another minute and 30
Oh, no,
seconds.
I don't have enough to say, so you can just have
Okay.
a moment of silent prayer.
Thank you. We'll address that after we.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Who's next?
That was all I had on my list.
I'm sorry, I'm like,
That's okay.
Steve Fiskey, Lions Fire, good evening again. Would like to discuss or talk a little bit about an item that's on your agenda later on. And that's with regard to the removing the sprinkler requirement for ADUs of 800 square feet or less. I want to talk a little bit about, first of all, why we require a residential sprinkler system. First and foremost is to save lives. Give the occupants a time to get out of the building. And key to us is to begin the extinguishment of the fires, keep the fire from growing and give us an opportunity to get there and complete the extinguishment process. So there's some associated issues for not removing this from the code. We, like a number of communities, have a density issue here in Lyons, as I'm sure you all realize. Currently, with only one house on the property, the homes on either side are very close, and then sometimes even in the back, they're close. And so we have a very high density type situation. And the other big issue is we have a WUI problem, wildland urban interface. Almost the entire town is noted as being an interface or wildland interface zone. And so we have that to contend with as well. Both of these situations that we have in Lyons here are greater than we saw with the Marshall Fire. I.e., the Marshall Fire, for the most part, the density wasn't as great as it is here. And they didn't have, in many situations, a WUI problem. We have both of those here. So when you add another single family type residential structure, you're now increasing that density factor. And and in some cases, when you add that structure, it's 50 feet or less from the residence. So one of the things that we've been doing, besides requiring that residential sprinkler system, is we have been asking that you put some kind of fire resistive barrier on that ADU, so that if the primary residential structure catches fire, it's not going to jeopardize or have as great effect as if it didn't have any fire resistive construction on that ADU, okay? So those are some of the things. The other issue that we're facing is what I like to refer to as a deal-making issue. We have one of those on the agenda right now. We have a person who is asking to build the ADU first, live in it, and then build the primary residence. My problem, and I've seen this in a number of instances, they want to do this first before they do this, but you know what? They never get to this. And so we would then end up having an ADU or a residential structure without any kind of sprinkler system at all. So let me give you a quick analogy. When I grew up, there were no seatbelts in cars and there were no airbags. What do we have now? Every car in the United States that is sold in the United States has seatbelts and they have airbags. Like in this situation, going forward, and why they have it in codes is residential sprinkler systems. What's their goal? To save lives.
Good job.
Nice work. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're gonna be discussing this
We'll be discussing this
and
later.
then we'll go from there. But I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, who's next? Come on up.
That was one.
Okay. So my name's Ann Hawkinson and I'm a resident at 317 McConnell Drive. And I'm here as a representative with Team Colorado Whitewater Racing. We are a slalom kayaking club here, nonprofit based here in Lyons, and we're really excited about our program. And the reason we're here tonight is because we want to share our excitement. We want to help educate the community about our program and what we do. And we also want to increase awareness in the town of Lyons and continue to partner with the town of Lyons with our program. I'm gonna let the boys tell you a little bit about it. So stand up.
Yeah, like my mom said, we're basically kayakers. And we use the area by the October hole to train. And we've all made the US team this year for kayaking, so we get to go to the Worlds in France, and he made the senior team, so he gets to go to World Cups. And so the river here in Lyons is like really important for us to train year round. And the thing that like I'm here for is I was wondering if maybe we could like get gates on the ponds year round, even during the summer, because that'll be really helpful for us and the newer kids that we're trying to get into the sport to paddle on flat water that's not as big as the white water, so they can really be more comfortable. And I don't know, I think it would just be really good for us too, to be able to train on the ponds year round. So, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things we want to do is try to raise like awareness about like our club and stuff and the sport. And for the crossbars for the gates, we would like to do a design something like this to where we have our logo on the front, and then like our Instagram on the back of the gate.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's kind of falling out, but something like this, and that would just like hang on the wires and the poles would hang off of that. And then we would also like to have signs on the side of the river that tell people not to pull on the gates, because sometimes swimmers will pull on the gates and they come off the wires. And we'd also like the signs to just say something about like our team and how like how Lyons is kind of like a national team training site. Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of them said, we're all gonna race for represent the US this year. And a lot of these changes, like having the gates year round in the pond as well as the river, and like having like awareness for who we are and like awareness like not pull down the gates because that can be dangerous if they get pulled down. But having this, I think, could really help like put Lyons a little bit on the map, because like if you have people racing representing from Lyons, Colorado, and also with like having the gates in the ponds, getting newer kids in, they can start trying to compete, like try to represent the US. So I think it's just great opportunities if we can have these changes and like it help like represent Lyons on like a national and international scale.
Oh, that's great. Can you all tell us your names?
I'm Nick.
I'm Luca.
I'm Connor.
Yeah, so these guys are training, like they said, they're on the national team, so they're going to France to compete in Worlds this summer. So they'll be there training for a month and competing. So that's really exciting. And then they may have a good shot at the Olympics in a few years too. So, which is very exciting. And so, and in addition, Team Colorado Whitewater Racing is one of the most competitive teams in the whole United States. So right here in your front door, like right in the center of town, which is really exciting.
Oh,
Thank you all.
Thank you all so much. Hang out for just a minute because we kind of go around and then the board responds to open comments. So if you don't mind, you can sit, you don't have to stand there. Yeah, thank you. Trustee Hammer?
Wow, and thank you for bringing these young men out. I wasn't aware of this, and I think the town should do everything we can to help support that, so. And Kay, thank you for putting together that, or the program on disaster recovery, and fire mitigation. And I certainly learned a lot, and learned which apps to get on my phone, which, not always easiest. And then Chief Pitchkey is not here, but, no, I appreciate his analogy, because I struggle with sprinkling ADUs, and there's a logic against it, but then his analogy of seat belts and you know, airbags and all that, we're never gonna make progress unless we adopt these newer codes, so.
Thank you. Trustee Yelsey? Well, I think we would be totally remiss to not advertise that we are like the training site for the national US team and whitewater racing. I'm so glad that our courses were redesigned to suit your needs and that just congratulations going to France this summer. That sounds really exciting. So thanks for coming and introducing yourself. This is a real highlight for us. And thank you, Kay, for doing such a great job leading the Housing and Human Services Commission. I agree with the people who responded to you about the Mountain Rural Workshop. I think there is a huge need here in Lyons. I think people feel vulnerable and honestly want to be prepared. We've been through a lot in the last 12 years. You know, there have been a few fires, there's been a flood. So I think the more prepared we can be is probably never enough. So let's just keep preparing and educating ourselves and thank you for leading that effort. And I believe we're going to revisit the question around the sprinkler system. So I'm gonna wait until we talk about that one. Okay, Trustee Rowe?
Yes, on everything you said. I thought you guys left the gates up on the lower pond there all the time. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah, there's been a relationship with the town of Lyons for years. And we're supposed to remove gates, move them, you know, people don't like the gates up here all year round. So we had the gates on the ponds part of the year and then on the river part of the year, kind of moving them back and forth. But what these boys are proposing is to be able to have them on the ponds year round so that we can continue to develop newer paddlers. And also having them up all year provides a great flat water. They're able to practice their flat water technique all year, which is really important for them, as well as on the river for the 3 or 4 months they're able to during runoff.
Yeah, so I think the next proper step is maybe to get with Dave Cosgrove.
Yep.
Or the Parks Director.
Yep.
On both the ponds and also on putting up any sort of informational sign. I don't know what you had in mind, but.
Well, they'll talk to staff about it.
So.
Yeah,
for it,
we love like the town of Lyons signs that are up. We're, you know, something similar to that already that just says Team Colorado Whitewater Racing Training Site.
Sure.
National Training Site or something. So we'll talk with them. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
And I think as soon as you do that, you'll get far less pushback on having them up year round.
Right. Great.
People understand what they're there for, which I think at this point we do.
Gotcha. Yep.
Trustee Browning? I'm sorry, were you finished?
I'll respond to on the sprinklers for ADUs later, but yeah. I would encourage you to talk to Dave Cosgrove and also talk to the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Glenn's liaison for on that. I think it's a good idea.
I'd like to thank everybody who spoke, and then certainly I think that's a great idea. And we did talk about it at the Parks and Rec. And I guess some of the fishermen in the past have been a little upset with them being up there and they've torn them down. So that is part of the problem.
Yep.
And that's what, why they have them not year round.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. We usually don't do that, but we don't do that.
No problem.
So thank you, Kay, for coming to speak to us. You asked a question. I'm gonna give you an answer to your question, which is, yes, we need as much education as possible. Something that I think we're missing that we've been asking for since last summer is, what is the evacuation plan for people who do not have transportation? So we've asked that of Boulder County. We never really got a solid plan back from them about that. So I would love to see just like a more formalized action plan, for lack of a better word about that. No, I'm sorry. But email me later. And thank you for all the work you do. I appreciate it. I'll address the sprinkler item later in the agenda when that comes up. And thank you guys so much for coming to talk to us. We love it when young folks come and talk to us. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm 100% in support, and I think the next step is actually for you and Victoria to talk, and she can let you know what the next steps are and how to go about it. But it sounds like the board is in violent agreement that it's a great idea.
And when are you leaving for France?
Wait, is it June?
June.
June 19th.
June 19th.
Wow.
Send off.
I know, that's why I was thinking, you know, we, like, when the track team has their send off, we hear all the sirens and stuff. And I'm wondering whether, Victoria, we might see if there's some sort of corollary send off for these folks that we. Okay, and is there anything you'd like to respond to?
Same thing, just that we have met with this group, and because the previous arrangement was a public decision about the slalom gates, we did want to hear from the board. So if you're good with them going on the ponds, we're fine with that. I love the idea of the crossbars. I think that's a great way to educate. And we will continue to work with you on those other requests now that the board has said, go.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, not usually, but sure.
Okay. Yeah, I know in the past, like, our gates they're usually either like, they're red or they're green. They're like striped red or they're striped green, and we've gotten complaints in the past about it, like being too distracting or whatever, is what somebody said. And so should we just keep them like gray?
I think you all can work with.
We'll work
We'll
with
work
the
with you
staff
on that.
level. Yeah, for the board's sake, it's not only Fisher people, it's also, we had a lot of people concerned about the wildlife landing on the ponds in the winter. And in the summer that they can't see the lines and they get snagged on them. And so that was one of the reasons to remove them. So, but we will work with this group to give it a try. If it's a problem, we'll figure something else out.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for coming.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay, let's move on then to staff reports, Boulder County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, Sergeant Sears sent me a,
Sergeant Chris.
I'm sorry, Sergeant Chris sent me a, email later this afternoon, said he was unable to be here, but please report these few things to the board. The crosswalk painting for the Pride event went very well. They did place police, or law enforcement vehicles around the site while the students painted, and no issues were reported. Third grade government day went exceptionally well, especially since they took first place again. And I don't know what happened to our vote. We had it up on Friday, Dolores, and it's gone today.
Oh.
But, third grade government day, there's a friendly competition amongst departments. And so these guys always win because they bring canines and equipment and cars and guns and things, so. He is planning to attend the parks meeting that will kick off, this season's, planning for visitor management. He also said that, they are finally starting to fill some of the busier weekends with traffic and park patrol. They hadn't had a lot of sign up here because other communities are now offering double time to work on weekends. And so no one was signing up here, but he says he's gotten a few. And then he said, I plan on being at the next meeting and I will bring a stat report. He also did announce, unfortunately, that Boulder County Sheriff's Office has received the resignation of Sergeant Sears. So he will not be returning. Sergeant Chris is being reassigned half-time to Lions through the end of the year. So they will go through a process of selecting someone new and will be a part of that. But the new person will begin in January. So that's his report.
Well, he's not here to ask questions, so.
If you have something, I can email you.
Anybody have anything for Sergeant Chris?
Well, I'm just concerned really about the other communities being able to offer more for extra patrol on the weekends. I'm not sure how we're gonna.
Well, one good thing is that Sergeant Sears will be here on Sundays.
Okay.
I mean, Sergeant Chris, Sergeant Chris will be here on Sundays, so that's really a benefit to us. He's literally within minutes if we need him.
When does the park security, when do they start?
They will be starting, should have been, this weekend.
Is it Memorial Weekend? I'm not sure.
No, I think it's before Memorial Week. It must be Memorial Weekend. I was thinking it was this weekend, because they usually get one weekend in before it gets really busy. But, they'll be starting soon. If not, they'll be here this weekend, I know.
Anyone else?
You know, so I pass along.
Just, we're glad, we're sorry that Sergeant Sears has resigned, but glad Sergeant Christ is back.
Yeah.
Okay, administrator's report, please.
In my report, the big news was the award of the Safe Routes to School grant. I know there's still a little uncertainty there because there's always the chance that federal funding could change between now and the time we sign a contract. But, we have been awarded, our project total is $947,514, of which $758,000 will be from Safe Routes, via CDOT. So this is the grant that will put sidewalks, curb, gutter, and storm drainage improvements around the elementary school where they don't currently exist. So this is pretty exciting. If we can get our contract going immediately, we actually think we can get this done this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Before school starts?
No, oh, well, that would be a goal, but that would be pushing it.
Okay.
But if we can get the grant, it's the RFP has to be out for a certain length of time. And then most contractors are pretty busy already during the year, but we have pretty mild fall, winter, so hopefully we could still get that done. This was a grant that really the staff submitted and did not think they were gonna get. There was, double the amount of requests and money than was available, so we feel really good that, we were awarded that grant. Just for the public, the 2025 drinking water quality report is out and available on our website. I'm not going to go into detail, other than, of course, it was a positive report. As always, Longmont, whom we are a consecutive system to of water and who is treating our water, always receives very, very high ratings from the state. So that's out there. If people want to look into that more. I did send out a draft stream management plan that St. Vrain Left Hand is working on. They would like input from different groups that work with them, so I wanted to make the board aware of this document. So if you want to send that on to any of our boards and commissions for review, we hope that you will do that. The wildfire mitigation rebate program has officially kicked off in Boulder County. And our staff were ready and ours is up and live as well. So they will be going, perfect timing on that. Both went up simultaneously, and communication and education on that will start this week. So it'll go out in all the e-blasts and things like that this week. The one item that I do need a nod or not from the board this 2 weeks is whether or not the board is interested in signing a letter of support for the US 36 project. This is to get it on the 10-year transportation plan. That's all this is doing, is putting it on CDOT's 10-year transportation plan. And Boulder County, the town of Lyons, and City of Boulder are looking to submit that in conjunction for our region. And then there is a lot going on in public works right now, as you guys read. I'm not going to go through all of those, but fire mitigation in the form of goat mowers will be starting on the Lyons Valley Park properties that didn't get completed last year. And also Eagle Canyon's open space is where we're planning to do that. And then contracting again with Healthy Forests to remove the dead wood materials in the LVP area, most near the South Ledge Ditch east of the high school. Street sweeping started today. That is just a few days worth of street sweeping. So it is so helpful if people will not park on the street during the workday so that they can get those streets cleaned. Otherwise they have to go around vehicles. And we never, it's just not as thorough of a job. And whatever's left in that street washes down the storm drainage and goes directly to the rivers. So important. We have curbside limbs pickup scheduled for the week of June 9th. There's all sorts of guidelines for that will be going out in an e-blast. And then other things happening right now, like either last week or this week. Main Street is getting all cleaned up and the plantings will all be done before the weekend. Bone Skate Park got a resurfacing. The Bone Bike Park, they arrived today to start their spring rebuild on that. And also Lions Valley River Park, the aeration system was started a couple weeks ago, doing well. I am hearing from several of you about 160 East Main Street. Did want to let you know that on May 15th, that property owner was issued 2 code violations, one for graffiti and one for signage violations. Each ticket was in the amount of $75. We also served those by certified mail, posted on the door and hand delivered. He now has, the owner now has till this Thursday to comply. And if not, he will get a second citation for the amount of $150 each per fine. And then if there's not compliance, he will be visiting with Judge Brown. And then big items coming up. Remember, this weekend is Lions High School graduation. That always draws a lot of people to the area. Monday, Memorial Day Town Hall will be closed. And then June 21st, we have the new Summer Vibes event happening, very similar to Old Man Winter, but in the summer. And it will be mostly stationed at Bone Park.
You have some visual aids over there.
There they are, Summer Vibes. And working closely with the park host over there, so they are ready and aware. Diversion Day was this weekend, really good turnout. I think, what did I tell you, 125 vehicles came through. We don't have the stats yet, but it went very smoothly. And the other thing Kim wanted me to mention was, she put some communication updates in her report. And we have met with the businesses downtown about the furnishings, the tables, and waiting to see if we get the grant from Boulder County Economic Vitality to pay for those, or if we're going to ask the board to support that through our revolving loan. So that is what I have right now. There's lots of other things. There was also a utility update in your packet. If there's questions on that. Thank you.
I'll start off by asking the board if the board has any objection to me signing the support letter for the 10-year plan improvement for the North Foothills Safety for All project. Great.
That's the bike from.
Yes. Yes, sir. Right, we'll be signing that.
Okay, great, thank you.
I was shocked when I read that, 1,000 accidents over and 20 deaths.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
It's long overdue.
Great, okay. And everybody okay with sending the stream management plan to EAB? Take a look at, anyone else? Parks wanna look at it?
Do you want to look at the stream management plan?
Sure, okay.
Has to be in by June 6th.
It's early,
Yeah.
so if you don't need, you might need a special.
Yeah.
Um,
Or at least distribute.
Yeah, okay. Do you not need?
They don't have a meeting before then.
Okay. Well, you can either ask them to call a special meeting or take a pass this time. See what they wanna do. All right, questions for Administrator Simonson?
I just think one,
Uh-huh.
on the island ditch issue.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna have.
Did that drain didn't go underneath our trail, did it?
Oh, no, it's in the front of, it's in the majority of it is in CDOT's right of way in front of Spirit Homes. It's all under their parking lot.
The Circle K / Spirit Hounds area over there in the front.
It dumps into the Highland ditch
right there,
right there. Okay, yeah, got it.
up against along the highway. Mhm.
Any other questions for Administrator Simonson tonight?
Go ahead, can we revisit those code violations? So you said it was $75 per code violation for 160 East Main.
Those are the current, and now.
And then Thursday would be 150 per code violation.
Yes,
And then the next court appearance would be, next court date would be when?
they meet the second Wednesday of the month usually, so June 11th.
June 11th?
Yep.
I think that is June 10th that month, I thought you said, but
Okay,
it's
we
either the
switched
10th or
now.
11th, yeah.
I can tell you, I'll look on my calendar.
So that's if the second set of violation or fines have not been paid, right?
Or corrected.
Or corrected.
Yeah,
There's still a violation even if you pay for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So there is a correction that has been requested then.
Court next month it's early, it's Tuesday, the 10th
yep, that's what I thought.
at 9:30.
And so the way our code works, if we have to give notice 2 weeks before court, basically, if we're gonna put them in a court. So we'd have to
Could go to
Get it.
July.
get it corrected by the 27th, basically. If you want to get him in court in June, if he doesn't get in, so that's the way that would work.
I'm sorry, when you say correction, did you say May 27th or June 27th?
May 27th would be 2 weeks before the court date in June.
Okay.
And so if we were going to summons him in a court, we'd have to do it on the 27th.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll be July.
July is a week later. This happens in the summer, it's not unusual. July 17th.
Trustee Browning?
Just one thing real quick on the utilities update. This was discussed at UEB, but I want to make sure that the board hears it as well. I think it's the case that the RFP or RFQ, whatever it's called, for the wastewater treatment plant, big improvement project is going out soon. Is that?
And potentially tomorrow, if there were no questions or concerns on it.
Make sure that put that on the record. That's gonna be a big deal.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Administrator Simonson. Okay, legal update, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rogan. So Victoria kind of stole a lot of my thunder, which is perfectly fine on the enforcement actions we've been doing. With the two different things.
160. I didn't even think about it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm plenty happy you talking about it. Also working on the Highland Ditch issue, which we just also talked about. Probably going to have a legislative update for you all next meeting with kind of the rundown of all the different bills that passed that affect us. It was a very busy legislative session at the very end, which is not always fun, but got out of it more unscathed than usual, I think. I also sent you the update on the CML, press release where several municipalities are suing on the enforceability of in two different housing bills. One the ADU bill, which we're addressing tonight, and also the transit orient development bill. And this was really spurred by the governor's executive order last week, saying if you don't comply with a whole host of different legislative actions which occurred last year on housing, that the state can withhold funding. As I understand it, mostly from like the grant funded programs, like EIF and Colorado Water Conservation Board, but I have not seen the lawsuit yet, so I can't tell you exactly what all the different claims are. But send that to you. We'll probably have more on that at the next meeting.
Any questions for Attorney Dittman? I'll just say regarding that lawsuit that, I think the timing of filing it was spurred on by the executive order, but I think people have been working on that for quite a while.
Yep, I think so too.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
No.
Okay, let's move on to ordinances and public hearings. First, we have the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1189, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Article 2 of Chapter 13 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purpose of adjusting the rates for electric utility service. Staff report, please.
Well, Mayor and Trustees, so this rate increase is estimated to bring an additional $75,000 in revenue. a 4.7% increase, average increase across, average increase. Our wholesale provider, the Municipal Energy Agency of Nebraska, had raised their rates 9.8%. In the 2025 budget, we did account for some of that increase with that expectation, but it was slightly higher than expected. The proposed new rate structure increases the cost per kilowatt hour of electricity, but it does reduce the base rate, which is that initial fee everyone pays each month just to get connected to the electricity. The wholesale energy rates are not reduced. Some of the reasons for changing the rate structure to some extent were because the wholesale energy rates we pay are not reduced with higher usage. So you may notice the commercial utility rates had a different rate structure, but we were amending that to be the same rate structure for both residential and non-residential. Because again, our wholesale energy supplier doesn't change their rates. Our current rate structure is skewed to unfairly benefit large commercial users at the expense of some of the small commercial users. The lower rates for the larger users encourages overconsumption, so the fairer rates encourage energy conservation. And so those were some of the reasons to slightly change the rate structure as we did.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Talked about this one. No. All right, if there are no questions, then I will open the public hearing. Anybody like to speak on ordinance 1189 tonight? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1189, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending article 2 of chapter 13 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purpose of adjusting the service rates and charges for electric utility service.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I just mentioned, town abuse discussion is coming up again too, that it's important to get this in place before we would consider doing the town review, so there doesn't get confusion of a rate increase and time review changes occurring at the same time. This will allow this to get in place before we would implement the town review, so that's where we should go.
Thank you.
And also let's over communicate that this, what the mean increase is, what our increase is, so that people understand that we're still working with them.
I think that's important.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, next is second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1190, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapters 6, 8, 10, and 11 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purposes of updating the general offenses of the town and other miscellaneous amendments. Brandon?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is once again the general offenses update, which covers many different sections of the code. I think you guys have been seeing this since September or October of last year. And so it's just a very expansive, very large code update to really, the intent is to bring our general offenses better into line with the other Boulder County sheriff's jurisdiction. So enforcement is easier and more uniform. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know you guys have seen this many, many times at this point in time.
Any questions for Attorney Dittman?
I would like to revisit the, if you can, if there is a state law around the age of wearing a flotation device. Because I remember doing research into this, and I feel like the state of Colorado had an age, but I also feel Colorado Parks and Wildlife had a recommendation.
So
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
as a second pull up, so the Colorado Parks and Wildlife has their regulations do mention specifically motorboats or motor, it wasn't vehicles, but other type of motor devices such as, forget what they're even called, but a motorized water device or sailboat. So their regulations and rules were all relating to those. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife, that's what they were regulating. I didn't find anything that was specific to just somebody being in the water or somebody being on an inner tube or even a raft that was not motorized or sail.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at, yeah, it says children under 13 must wear a PFD on board.
They're
So,
right,
It's
motorized.
saying they're required on all boats, including canoes, kayaks, and paddleboards.
I think it's under 12 and under is required to wear PFDs. Only pursuant to the park rules though, not statewide, right?
Right. So I was just wondering if there was any other regulation that I need to be aware of.
I don't think so.
Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, under 11,450, the park rules and user fees. I know that E16 says no swimming in the McConnell ponds. So right now, there's a sign up there that says swim at your own risk, and that has been the policy there. Both the previous ponds before they were destroyed by the flood and these new ponds, it's swim at your own risk. So, I'm just curious where that came from.
We discussed this when Sergeant Sears was here. He thought that was the rule and added that. We actually had a real brief discussion saying that that's not what the rules currently are. So we need to remove that if you still want it to be swimmable.
So this will be stricken and
Yes.
say swim at your own risk?
If someone makes a motion to do that.
Yeah, right now it's proposed, it's no swimming. If you during discussion would like to change that, feel free to make a motion for an amendment.
I will, yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? I have a question, regarding the unlawful open carry of firearms, and firearms in public buildings. We went back and forth about this a little bit. We've been asking for the signs to be up. The signs have to be up in order for it to be an enforceable law. So I'm just wondering where we are with that.
That was in my administrator's report today, that, those are now ordered.
They are ordered.
Well,
I'm sorry, I
pending-
missed that.
Yeah, if you approve this, we'll push go to them.
Okay, and how soon will those arrive? What's the lead time?
Oh, they don't take long. They're a pretty generic sign. And this would have a 30-day implementation period for this to go into effect. So we'll get them up before it's.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, then I'll open the public hearing. Anyone like to speak about general offenses? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1190, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 6, 8, 2, and 11 of the Mount Lyons Municipal Code to update the general offenses of the town and other miscellaneous.
There a second? All right, discussion. Are there any amendments?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I'd like to offer an amendment to 11,450 park rules and user fees. E16, which will now read, no fishing in Lyons River Park ponds. The elimination of swimming takes care of my first concern. My second concern is the McConnell Ponds. It's not even colloquialism. It's formerly called the Lyons River Park ponds. So.
So you want to allow swimming in the Lyons River ponds?
No, it says, I want to say no fishing in Lyons River Park ponds. That changes number 16. It eliminates the swimming prohibition.
So you want people to be able to swim in the ponds? If it says no fishing
You
in
said
Lyons
fishing.
River Park ponds,
It takes away the prohibition of swimming in my mind.
right, and that's what you want.
That's what I want,
Which would mean that people could swim.
at their own risk, as the signs state on the park rules.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Is there a second on that amendment?
I second that.
Any?
Could you repeat exactly what I said? This is E16.
Under
Right.
It's E18.
11,450.
Okay, and it'll just say, as a minute, it would read no fishing in McConnell ponds.
In Lyons River.
Is River Park one word or two words?
It's 2 words, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, is there, I have a question for staff. What was the thought behind prohibiting swimming in the ponds?
It wasn't, it was Sergeant Sears thought it was prohibited.
Got it,
He had put it in here and we discussed taking it out, but it didn't get removed.
got it, okay. All right, any other questions or discussion on, trustee Lowe's amendment?
Was there a second? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, was there not a second? Trustee Delman, second.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further discussion, let's vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just can't find it. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
trying to find the part, oh, I think I just found it. Sorry, I'd like to make an amendment to 11-4-50 under park rules and user fees. I guess it's E21, where it talks about required equipment and it says any person under the age of 18 should be required to wear a properly fitting PFD that is in good and serviceable condition when tubing, boating, kayaking, or floating in the North St. Vrain Creek and St. Vrain Creek within the town limits of Lyons. So again, just double checking the Colorado Parks and Wildlife site, they talk about boating, kayaking, and paddleboarding. They don't talk about tubing necessarily. But their recommendation is under the age of 13. So that would be the recommendation I would make.
Okay, is there a second for that amendment?
I'll second that.
Any discussion about this amendment?
I just think it's reasonable to lower the age to 13. I think we're gonna have a real problem trying to enforce the age 18. With some of the young adults, teens that are using the tubes. So I think 13 makes more sense.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
This, as we talked about before, is really an enforcement issue. So if we do see someone who appears to be 12 or under, even if the water is low, do you want us calling the sheriff? That's the whole issue with whether or not to include this was it's nearly unenforceable.
Sure.
Aaron had done quite a bit of research and no one else has any rules about it.
I understand that it's difficult to enforce, but I think if at least there could be some kind of signage that making families aware that this is what we expect, then at least that's the educational piece. And I realize if there's a code enforcement officer who is there, somebody who can enforce it, then they can, but I feel like at least having that in our rules and regulations and having that.
Or if there was a very unsafe situation, I guess it would give us.
Well, I just know that every time the runoff happens, I hear, the fire department being called to save a young child from the river.
No, I totally agree when it's running high, but what about running low?
Well, what does that mention here? Does it
I
really
guess
talk about?
we don't have a CFS
right
delineation in here.
And oftentimes that a child, even a small child, is on a lap of an adult without a flotation.
What's wrong?
I understand that makes me cringe when I see. Correct.
It's a discretionary issue, really, with both our park security services and with the sheriff's department. In the middle of August, when the water's this deep, they're not gonna cite somebody for messing around with a tube if they're 6 years old and on the PFD.
Well, but if this is in our code, then we have to enforce it.
Yeah, laws are not discretionary, I think is can we, may I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Can we say between May 15th and August 1st?
Or June
That's
30th.
even late.
Or June 30th?
Yeah, I'm thinking of like runoffs, like I just remember too many swiftwater rescues happening with young children.
And yes,
If you're gonna do high water, though, they should be under 18. Because they're. This is a tough one. I like the idea of the during high water.
Which can vary from year to
I know
year.
it can vary.
it can vary, but I think if we,
But by
maybe for the end of
festival time,
kind of covers it, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
It's down by festival
Yeah,
in
it's
June.
true. I can't see us enforcing that during festival time, which is end of July and middle of August, when there's so many little children who are like ankle deep, maybe knee deep in the water. I feel like, I mean, I know we want to vote on this now, but I don't have a good handle on the, like, when is the CFS highest?
We can tell you that. I mean, we know when,
I'd say May 15th to June 30th, it's gonna be 90%.
I mean, we could say, I mean, it's the same time period, Ray River. What's his CFS? 400?
Not
250?
sure.
600, I think.
I thought,
No, that's when we
well, the
closed.
sheriff closed their whole tubing, yeah.
Right now, it's running 130.
And what's debating maybe?
Well, we do, oh, this is second reading.
19th. Yeah, this is second reading, so we do need to decide.
Could we decide on either a CFS or a date and time, and I can do a little more research?
Well, I think CFS, it can vary.
Sure.
You know, and
Sure.
so, and how would people who don't monitor CFS?
Well,
know
we do the flag.
necessarily?
We have a red, yellow, green system up,
I like the flag.
but it's not enforceable. It's just a
Attorney Dittman?
recommendation.
Yeah, and we do have park rules that are supplementary to this too, you know, so maybe that's the solution is that you have put in a park rule potentially.
Thought these are the park rules.
Yeah, so did I.
They
I
become
thought we have like, doesn't Dave have additional park rules that are separate and apart from these though? He has the power to promulgate rules. Like hours of the park, for example. I mean, they're
It's in there.
That's, I think we put all of them into that chapter.
okay.
May 15th to June 30th.
Yeah, that sounds like the high risk.
For 13 and under.
For 13 and under.
But I think it would be better to do CFS rather than dates, and then we can put the colored flags out. Cause like right now,
It gets too complicated to change during the.
Yeah.
Depending on releases.
And it
But
would-
I think it's just, it should be a yes or no, you require them or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least particular times, I'd be willing to go later than June 30th, because still be in the river. And I point as far as standing in the river, this doesn't apply to kids standing in the river. It's
Right.
just for your to be.
Right, that's true, that's
And
true.
as someone who almost drowned at age 5 from falling off an air mattress when I was in a little pond, I think it's a good rule.
Yeah.
And enforcement's an issue, but we have a lot of ordinances that don't get enforced all the time. It just gives an officer from there and see what their situation, but it's already tell somebody you can't do that.
Trustee Lowe?
I would suggest April 15th to July 15th.
Okay,
That's neat, that's clean,
Yeah.
it covers all the
Yeah.
late runoff and early runoff.
yeah. That sounds reasonable.
So you accept that?
Yeah, I accept that friendly amendment, especially since I don't see many children in the water honestly before school is out. Like, it's too cold. It's too cold. That's what I was thinking. It's too
A couple of them were.
So it was between
Well-
April 15th and July 15th.
right.
For under 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
Yes. for
Okay, so
13
any person under the age of 13 shall be required to wear a properly fitting personal flotation device
And that's-
between May 15th. No, sorry,
April, and
15th.
what I did is I put it in the beginning, so from April
Okay.
15th to July 15th, any person under the age of 13, I think that's the cleanest way to do it.
Okay,
Okay. All right.
So without law enforcement here, can I ask Brandon a question?
Sure.
So the parent would be held accountable if this happens?
Yeah, the parent would.
Okay. And if they're not there, sheriff's got to figure it out.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
if the parent's not there, then you're gonna take the kid and find the parent and then educate the parent, you know, and if they throw a fit, then you're probably gonna, you know, escalate if you need to.
This is only if they're on a tube, not standing in the water.
Yeah,
yeah, it
Right.
says when tubing, boating, kayaking, or floating. So that could be an air mattress,
Yeah.
trustee Browning.
But we do not recommend people put air mattresses in the river.
Oh, that.
Don't do that, yeah.
Let's vote on that amendment, please.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Any further amendments? Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, can I request an amendment? It's something I didn't catch originally, but looking at these specifically, And number 18, which is about drones, this is no taking off or landing drones or flying drones. The first two are fine, we can regulate, but we can't regulate the flying drones. That's the FAA's jurisdiction.
So, I'll move, an amendment on number 18 that we strike the words or flying drones. So no taking off or landing of drones. Is there a second? Any discussion on that? Let's vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Attorney Dittman. Any additional amendments? Any discussion? All right, then I will call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work on this, everyone. And so these rules will go into effect in 30 days.
After published.
After
Depending
published.
on what day it's published.
Okay,
30 days.
congratulations, Erin.
Done with
So that means the PFD rolled. Yeah, like, mid runoff.
But it'll be ready for next year. Okay, let's move on then to our second reading, which is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1191. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, implementing ballot question 1 concerning the increase of the town's local sales tax rate by 0.5% for a new combined local sales tax rate of 4%. Attorney Dittman, is this you?
Yeah, so this is a cleanup ordinance, basically changing the code to comply with what we'd already passed last year and which is in effect right now. As I explained the last meeting, we're not required to put any of that in our code if we don't want to. Some people do it via resolutions, we just put on their website, but because we did have a very specific language in our code concerning what the sales tax was, we thought it was a good idea for public education purposes to update the code to be consistent with what is currently in effect. And so it's a simple amendment to make that change.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Attorney Dittman? Okay. I will open the public hearing on that item. Anybody like to address the board? Gil, we miss hearing from you. I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1191, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, implementing ballot question 1 concerning the increase of the town's local sales tax rate by 0.5% for a new combined local sales tax rate of 4% on first reading. Please schedule a second reading in public hearing.
This was the second reading.
Oh, oops.
Do we have the wrong motion in the packet?
Just take the last half, just needs to come on. It's okay.
Does the mayor pro tem need to remake the motion?
I think we understand the intent that it does not include second reading, is for passage on second reading.
Thank you. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this one? All right, I'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we're moving on to first readings. Next we have the first reading of ordinance 1192, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 10 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning accessory dwelling units.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. This is for real now. So this ordinance in your packet tonight is kind of the redo of the ordinance that we started with a number of months ago. So this is just on first reading. So we'll have a full discussion when we do the second reading on June 2nd. However, I do want to note that this afternoon we added back into the draft ordinance the language that was associated with a motion to amend the previous version of the ordinance related to sprinklers. So you'll see it in there in a couple different ways. The requirement to, removing the requirement for sprinklers for ADUs less than 800 square feet now would reside in both the zoning code in chapter 16 as well as in this upcoming ordinance next on the agenda. So happy to take any questions though to help you set second reading.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1192, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 10 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning accessory dwelling units on first reading. and set the public hearing for June 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, responding to Chief Bishke's, points. It's not the first time this has come up. Back roughly 6 years ago, we took out of the then, update to the International Building Code, or maybe the other building code is referenced in here as well. Sprinkler requirements for both condominiums and new homes in Lyons. The discussion at the time was that there's roughly 850 homes in Lyons, and adding sprinklers to the last 10 and whatever ADUs got built wasn't gonna make that much of a difference. The fire district opposed it at that time, same arguments, we went ahead and did it. This change only pertained to ADUs. New homes would still have to have, sprinkler requirements. Steve McCain told me on the house he's building, it's added $50,000 to his costs. As to the ADUs and the safety argument on it, I'm not sure the analogy to seat belts and airbags is the right analogy, because if you enforce those laws as you do for automobiles that have useful lives of 5 to 10 years or so, you end up with 100% of the automobiles having seat belts and airbags. If we get another 6 ADUs built in Lyons, which I don't think we will if we require sprinklers, and there's roughly 850 homes in Lyons, you would have less than 1% difference. It's a tiny difference in terms of overall safety requirements. And his first point about saving lives by making it easier to escape a dwelling, that's one of the reasons why you would limit it to ADUs and not homes, because you're talking about a maximum of 800 square foot dwelling. Easier to get out of that than it is a 3-story house like mine. And finally, there's clearly, this is a trade-off between for safety and trying to come up with more ADUs for housing. A similar trade-off was just made by the Colorado legislature for cities of more than 100,000 people, so it doesn't apply to Lyons, where they eliminated the requirement in codes of 2 staircases for upper floor residential units. So it's unquestionably safer to have 2 exit paths from an upstairs unit. But in doing those, it increased both the cost of residential housing of more than 1 floor, and it increased use of space, which was something that the property here in Lyons said they didn't go forward on that because of additional cost and use of space by those staircases. It was a trade-off. You decrease slightly the safety of upper floor residential units in trade-off for reducing the cost of constructing more multi-story housing. And that's the trade-off we're making here. I think if the trade-off you make is on the side of safety, that it's clearly safer to have a sprinkler system in ADU than not. You will increase the safety because you won't have any ADUs, you don't have space there. Lyons is already a very dense place. We have 850 houses, and I'm less than 50 feet from the houses on both sides of me. So it's an issue, all right. But I just don't think that the difference it would make, or maybe half a dozen if we're lucky, additional ADUs. I think the trade-off is worth making to add another small number of ADUs. We've only had about 12 built since we waived the tap fee requirements back in 2016 or 17. So we're not talking about that many more units, and I simply make the trade-off that I would like to see more ADUs in Lyons. And if we don't make this trade-off, I think we won't see any more.
Thank you. We've discussed this. Any other comments?
Yep, can we just clarify that the sprinkler requirement is only for detached ADUs, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to follow what Chief Pischke said earlier about the wall that had like a fire resistant barrier. The fire, was that for, was he talking about an attached ADU beside the primary residence?
Mm-hmm.
Not detached, correct? Okay.
Unless I think above a garage, it requires it.
There'd be different
I think
parts
above
of
a
the
garage,
code. I don't
yeah.
know what that isn't anything with that ADU.
And some of it has to do with distance from an adjacent structure,
There's some-
whether or not
there's
you
other
fire rate
things.
the exterior walls, which we're not proposing to amend
That would stay.
any of that.
Anything else, Trustee Dyson?
Would note that potentially under the new state WUI code that's being considered, these would be new structures and would have to be hardened should the town adopt the state WUI code, which could improve some fire safety performance,
But not hardened.
not with sprinklers.
Trustee Dyson?
So one more clarification. Chief Fishke also mentioned the property where they're planning to build an ADU first before building their primary, but wasn't that more than 800 square feet, that ADU?
Whereas if it's the one I'm thinking of, we're still working through their permit application and it would, the ADU itself is less than 800 square feet.
What was that?
It's not that one.
Oh, it's not that one.
Specifically, there's
Oh, okay,
a second one.
okay.
Trustee Hammer, did you have something?
No, I just want to clarify things because ordinance 1192, I thought was to get up to speed with
Right.
state regs, right? And 93 is,
Right.
The IRC.
okay, and Rich, I thought, does 92 include?
Yeah.
So we made an amendment this afternoon, in response to the reminder that the motion approved by the board on the previous version of the ordinance was specifically to also amend the zoning code, chapter 16. So you have, it's kind of redundancy here, which there's pros and cons to having redundancy in code, I think, but we did, also add the language drafted by trustee Browning to the ordinance this afternoon.
And I would characterize that as a correction rather than an amendment, so.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So it's in both.
It's in both.
Okay,
Sorry.
so
Yeah.
if we vote yes on 1192, that includes the modification for,
It's gonna be, you'll have to vote yes in both. Ideally, you would vote yes in both
and
places.
if you wanted to vote no, you'd have to vote no in both places.
Ideally, so we have.
Ideally,
consistency.
yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's gonna get real confusing, so.
Yeah,
Right.
we don't want codes that conflict with each other.
Right, sure. And looking at Exhibit B, Attorney Dittman, I'm just wondering, so this sprinkler piece is covered under 2E, is that right? Where the ADU shall comply with the applicable locally adopted building code, fire code, and other applicable local, state and federal regulations, is that? I'm trying to find the part where it talks
That is
about.
correct. So that's where it was added.
Okay.
You found it. So it's the
So it's under
second
standards
sentence.
2E.
Notwithstanding anything in the code or NFPA standards to the contrary, no sprinkler system shall be required for any ADU of 800 square feet or less. So again, that's the language that was voted on. And then again, the ordinance under consideration after this on the agenda amends the originating portion of our codes, which require fire sprinklers. So that portion resides in the IRC. So the second ordinance under consideration would allow an exemption for ADUs, detached ADUs, 800 square feet or less.
Motion is to approve it as written.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
First reading.
We're ready to see if trustee Dyson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No need to.
No, I think, I'm just trying to, you said the second whereas in 1193, right? National building.
Anyone else have any comments? I'm gonna be voting yes on this, although I want to go on the record as disagreeing with the exemption for ADUs of 800 square feet or less. I still believe that saving one life would be worth all of the trouble. I also think that, as we've seen over the past couple of years, wildfires have become so much more intense and so much more common. But the majority of the board, the last time we discussed it, wanted to remove the sprinkler requirements, and so there we have it. And with that, I will call for the vote.
Motion passes 6-1 with trustee Hamrick voting no.
All right, and then next, as mentioned, the first reading of ordinance 1193, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 18, article 3 of the Lyons Municipal Code to make specific amendments related to the International Residential Code 2021 edition and accessory dwelling units.
Thank you. Yes, so as we've discussed, this would be the ordinance that would actually amend the IRC to remove the requirement for detached accessory dwelling units less than 800 square feet. We've also included in here for your consideration, I know you all had talked about some of these amendments that are in an upcoming 2024 IRC ADU appendix. So we pulled in language regarding fire separation internal for attached and internal ADUs regarding connection of smoke and carbon monoxide alarms and fire separation requirements. So happy to answer any questions. I do believe Lyons Fire is not objecting to these two, correct? Or they're okay with the.
Correct, they didn't mention any.
Okay, great. Any questions for staff about this item? All right, no questions, then I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1193, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 18, article 3 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning accessory dwelling units and the 2021 International Residential Code, and set the public hearing for June 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? I appreciate this, and I just want to say that I do think it's a little bit of overkill and hopefully will not be, but could be confusing in the future to have this sprinkler item in both 1192 and 1193. So I'm hoping that somewhere it can be memorialized, the reasons for having it in both places, because I'm not sure it's 100% necessary. I think it's more appropriate in 1193 and what we're talking about now. Anyone else? All right, we'll call for the vote.
That motion passes 6-1 with trustee Hamrick voting no.
Thank you. All right, can we please read the consent agenda into the record? Yes.
Yes. Item 1 is resolution 2025-35, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a first amendment to the agreement with the Community Foundation of Boulder County to establish a mental health and wellness field of interest fund. Item 2 are the May 5th, 2025 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 3 are the May accounts payable.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Oh, sorry.
Anything anyone would like to pull tonight? Okay, we'll vote on consent.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to boards and commissions, and it is my great pleasure to appoint Willow Fitzgerald to the Housing and Human Services Commission. I did not get the opportunity to let her know previous to tonight's meeting that I would be doing this. So I apologize for that, and I hope that she'll be pleased. So that's great. So thank you to Willow for stepping up to help out. And so let's move on then to general business. The first item is discussion direction on the Boulder County Housing Authority proposal we heard about in the workshop today. So I think the question before us is, do we have an interest in knowing more about moving forward with this potential project?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
No.
No, okay, we have yes, yes, no, I feel like now I'm fine. Yes.
Yes, with condition.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Glenn?
Not even I don't know. Not really.
No. Well, okay. Wait, do you have questions or?
Well, I do agree that the $750,000 to mitigate is a lot put in for units. So I'm very conflicted on that, even though I really want.
Yeah, so I think, we're not signing any contracts or agreements. What we're doing tonight is wanting to learn more about, so for example, the way I look at it is, I have questions and concerns about the cost of stream bank restoration as well. And so let's find out more about that and about the possibilities around it. Before we make a final decision, but I'm interested in
I'll say
knowing more
yes.
about that.
If we're not gonna discuss it, then I'll just say
No,
no. Okay.
that's why I was looking at you, so if we could discuss it.
My discussion would be that 760,000, which I think is light in a couple of respects, is an absolute non-starter to do bank remediation. And then I want to go through all the background again, that these two lots are owned by the town of Lyons only because a prior board that I was on thought that someday, if somebody else did the stream bank restoration, as had been done for other portions of the stream bank after the flood, these two compromised lots might be worth something. They might have some small positive value in the future. If it had even been suggested, hinted at the time that the town took title to these lots, that we might be in the position of spending $750,000 on them. I don't believe that board would have ever taken possession of these lots. That's simply a non-starter. $760,000 is more in subsidies than the town of Lyons has provided to the 40 Summit homes, the 6 Habitat homes, and the 9 Evans Streets homes combined, 55 homes. Now, I see people are questioning, as presented in the slide, it suggests that the town of Lyons is going to contribute to stream bank restoration. That's why, that's the way these slides were presented. That's the way they read. And I'm opposed to that. Now, if this is presented in the form of, do we sell these to compromise lots to Boulder County Housing or some third party? And then it's their responsibility to deal with the stream bank remediation, do the construction, all that kind of stuff. Then I don't have a problem with it because that's what we envisioned years ago. And the town would get us, might some year get a small return on holding these lots for a while. But as I read the presentation, Boulder County was going to be looking to the town of Lyons for a contribution to do the stream bank restoration. To me, that is absolutely a non-starter.
Can we ask if that's the case?
If it's changed and that's been withdrawn, that's
I think exactly, I think the list and the presentation were a list of options to discuss. I think of those, I think it could be any or all or none. So I don't think it was, the intent of BCHA or town staff to imply that every single one of those had to be met in order for there to be a deal on the table to continue discussion. Again, I think to your point, Trustee Benning, you could dispose of the lots as is, right? That could be a condition. The town could further investigate. We could, ask the applicant or BCHA to further investigate. So again, this is exactly the type of conversation that I think we're looking to have at this point. How much does the town want to participate in improving the lots, if at all? And then any other possible contributions, again, where we can waive building permit fees, where we can give the land or sell the land. Just again, all of this is on the table from our perspective.
Where I got that from, it said in the presentation on page 11, potential town contribution to restoration work. And for me, that's a non-starter. Other things, if it's waiving a building permit fee down the road and everything else has been taken care of, maybe. But that's a big item.
I guess I saw that as you did, which was these are some potential items. And then I heard Molly say that the county has a $700,000 number in their head. So if you want that they could pay for restoration if you're willing to donate the lots Or if you want them to buy a lot and do half the restoration, that could work too. I mean, I think, I agreed. I thought, I looked at that as that's a list of potential areas where we're gonna ask for some discussion about it.
Let me just say one thing, just from my standpoint. Having worked on housing since the flood, that I believe that it's very important for Boulder County to prioritize the Seward Street homes. I believe, basically, partly on the petition that's already been circulated recently, that those homes, which would be greater in number than these, will draw broad community support. The community can unite behind that project because it, for one thing, helps existing residents of the town of Lyons. There's already utilities there. There's a number of things. I believe that if the Carter Court proposal went forward and required significant financial contributions by the taxpayers or ratepayers of Lyons, I believe it would be a divisive, controversial housing issue in Lyons, which we've had before, as we all know. And I think priority should be given both in terms of number of units and something that can unite rather than divide the community to the Seward Street housing.
I think they're both their priorities. That's what they're indicating, 200,000 toward planning. Our understanding in just talking with our regional group is that there's a set amount of AAHT dollars that need to be spent in 25. They interviewed every community and said, what do you have available that could be done in 25? And this is how they have prioritized that. I think Seward will come up again next year maybe, but they said 200 or 250 toward planning.
Yeah, and we're already, I think, just having some initial conversations about procedurally, which we will bring to you, I think, fairly soon on the Seward property. So it's certainly happening.
Yeah, and I think there's so much that needs to happen on the sewer property and so many decisions to be made about this.
When it's occupied, that makes it a little different.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have additional
No,
thoughts?
that's it.
Okay, so it's Mark, if I understand you correctly, you're okay with moving forward into additional discussions at this time?
Yes, subject. And I'm okay so long as the financial contributions from town taxpayers and ratepayers are kept reasonable.
Okay. Great. So, did you want to add anything?
Yeah. What I wanted to add was I don't want to spend an extra 5 minutes talking about these lots and this very, very difficult situation. We've been talking about these lots now for 7 or 8 years, ever since the issue of the stream bank restoration came up with Summit Development. There's a reason Summit gave up these lots. They looked at them, they saw the liability of them, they realized they couldn't build on them, they realized it was gonna be too expensive to do the stream bank restoration. Now, and as a Boulder County taxpayer, I must say, to take $700,000 to put into this to build 4 units of housing, when I believe that money could be better spent on a more amenable lot. If we look at the Hawkins property as an example, relatively flat lot, why wouldn't that be more of a candidate? This is gonna be a very, very difficult situation here. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. I don't think this board should be talking about it anymore. I would encourage Boulder County Housing Authority to abandon this project and go look for something easier.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like the board, 6-1, would like to move forward. So thank you very much for your attendance tonight, your participation. We appreciate it. All right, next on the agenda is discussion direction on the Boulder County IGA.
Well, this took a turn today.
Yeah, it did take a turn.
So, at our last meeting, you guys had made a recommendation of several different additions and recommendations, regarding, partnerships and housing and all sorts of things. So I got those back to the Boulder County group. And I'm glad they were able to get this to us, even though it was, this afternoon, but we're all trying to keep this moving as to not need an extension. However, I think both Lisa and I were quite surprised to see the amount of feedback regarding the changes you guys wanted to make. So either we can go through these or change the order on the agenda if you want to talk about this, or schedule another meeting, and then we'll probably need an extension to the IGA to go through each of these areas. So it's up to the board. You should have all received this this afternoon. And some of them, I think, are easy responses back to them, and some of them are a little more.
Thank you. So I'm gonna kick us off by saying, I think receiving all of this input this afternoon, the day of the board meeting, it is unreasonable to expect us to be able to digest it, gather our thoughts, and have a coherent conversation about everything they're talking about, because some things are really fundamental to me anyway. And as much as I do not want to ask for an extension on the IGA, I kind of feel our hand is being forced. I feel like we've been painted into a corner with the lateness of their responses. And we haven't had the opportunity to give it proper attention.
Just in there, I mean, I'm the one who's been meeting, well, Lisa's been meeting with staff too. We gave them quite a list last time too, you know, so it is kind of, they're responding to everything we added. So I don't think it, in regard to like bringing up anything new, it's the things we brought up.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just in terms of, the board having an opportunity to really give it some thought.
I can say I'm surprised, given what our experience was with them 18 months ago when we first began this process. Because they were making a lot of unilateral decisions then. But I think our expectation was we would just say, okay. And when I saw all that today, and I did read through every bit of it, I thought, oh yeah, there's this one part of it. Yeah, no, we can't do that. I mean, day off, afternoon, come on.
And we did learn about other communities.
Yeah, so the city of Longmont is the only one that has executed their IGA following the expiration of the super IGA, the previous one. So Longmont's the only one that's done. Superior and Erie are not actively engaging on the discussion. Ned is not either. Lafayette has had it come up, but they're not in active conversations with the county, and Louisville we haven't been able to confirm. But planners don't believe that the work is happening, but we need to confirm with the city manager.
So we're the only municipality in active negotiation about.
Longmont just approved
And
theirs
Longmont approved that.
about a year and a half ago.
Yeah. And the city of Boulder and Boulder County, they do their joint comprehensive plan together. So they kind of have a separate deal and are actively working together. So Boulder and Longmont, I would say, you know, have that done. And the Longmont IGA frankly is very simple. So
we do have a copy of that.
Yeah, I think
Did you send the board a copy of the one?
Yeah, an alternative might be to look at doing something in the way the Longmont did, which really removed a lot of the language that seems to be problematic at this point, and it really just simply talks about kind of the eligible parcels. So that could be an option too, if you feel like the language is getting, you know, or, you know, again, your discretion, but we're a little bit of an outlier with the rest of the smaller communities that we're engaging with them at this point.
What does the board think?
I fully agree with you on taking time to digest this. I mean, I didn't get home from school until after 4, and then by the time I opened my, you know, town iPad an hour before the meeting, I'm realizing there's all of these questions that I haven't had a chance to contrast and compare with the actual document. So I can't make a sound decision here without going one by one together through this. So I definitely need more time.
I'm a bit of a contrarian tonight because I'm looking at this. And I feel we should just cut off the negotiations and go without an IGA. I understand that betrays 18 months, the prior board's efforts. The 6 weeks or whatever it was of Doug Matthews group, the IGA task force. This is becoming untenable. We are doing nothing else but talking about this IGA. during this term. This is ridiculous.
Imagine how those of us on the board the last term are feeling.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, I feel bad that we would have to undo all of the good work that you guys did and the IGA task force did, but this is ridiculous. I just don't see any point in going
Well,
forward.
I think that may be part of a future conversation that we have about this, because I think we do need to look at that from all sides, for sure. Trustee Hamrick, the chair of the IGA.
I haven't read this, so I just breezed through it. I can't tell if there's anything substantial in there, but if we look back to last week, we had our town hall. I feel like we're pretty close to our document, so until we go through this, I hate for all this work to be thrown out. I think we're overreacting. So I think we should look at this, and this is from Hannah, who sat through all our meetings.
It's from Hannah, but the
But-
whole committee was CC'd.
Okay,
She said staff was able to meet, so their staff is.
Okay.
It's an attorney, it's the head of their planning.
and fair enough, so this is a negotiation, but
Yeah.
I think we go through and figure out which ones are they not movable on, and if they conflict with some of our values. But I just walked away last week feeling we're close, so
I know.
maybe naively, but I'd hate to throw all this out.
So, okay, we'll hear from everybody, then I have a proposition. Person?
I think we need more time on this. I hate to give up all the work we've done. I just don't know how we ought to be responding to that. I want to hear from the staff.
Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I have no problem extending the existing IGA. I wonder in our discussions if we got to offer a 10-year extension, because what we have in the IGA from 2012 is so far superior to what Boulder County has put in this most recent communication. And to me, I agree with Trustee Lowell that I don't see much point in continuing to negotiate this new IGA with them. Because there are multiple deal breakers that they threw in this version that I could never vote for it. So I agree. I don't think it's a productive use of our time or our staff's valuable time to continue negotiating in the with Boulder County. I have no problem with extending the current one for a short or a long period of time.
Trustee Doman?
I did not get a chance to read it, but they sent out this afternoon, so I don't want to extend it, but I think it is a good idea.
Does staff have a recommendation about this?
We wanted to hear thoughts. We weren't sure if you would, because we were so close. Do we want to take a look at a couple of these or not? And if we need more time, then, so we, our initial response was kind of a mix of all of these things as well. But we take direction from you, so whatever you want to do.
I would like to extend the current IGA. I'm not sure about the time period. I think that's what we need to discuss. There are some things in here that are non-starters for me as well. To me, one of the benefits to the town of having an IGA is having some control over property that is not within our town limits, particularly when it comes to things like wildfire mitigation and weed control and aerial spraying. And, so if all we're getting out of an IGA is an agreement about where we can and cannot grow, can or cannot annex, we can make those decisions for ourselves at the benefit of an IGA, particularly with the extremely robust public participation process and voting process. So I think it's, I would like to extend the IGA so that we can discuss this again. The question is for how long? Do we ask for a 10-year extension, the way Trustee Browning is suggesting? Or do we go for another 6 months? I mean, our term only has about 9 months left. And I do not want to hand this to another board.
Into June. That's,
See next one?
oh, Summix, no, that's next.
What do we see if the?
So what do we think?
Current expiration date is March.
The end of June.
Oh, okay.
And at the end of the year, there is a benefit to extending it even for 6 months, and that there are some pending open space purchases that under the existing IGA, we get a say so.
Yeah,
So, under what they send us today, they don't. care
well,
what we say
and
about it.
Boulder County may decline to extend the IGA.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Right.
I'm okay with a 6-month extension. I'm kind of like trustee Lowell with the Carter Court laws. I have such a hard time spending any more time on this. And we've already spent so much time on it, and I realize that we can't throw it out, but I'm trying to do the responsible thing here, but you're really taxing my patience. I mean, I'm like 6 months, and how much time are we gonna spend over 6 months talking about this? Like, this is the question I'm at, like, how many more hours of discussion? Is this another workshop? How many workshop? Like, I'm just.
Lisa, if I may, I believe you're also the only community that has actually extended the previous IGAs. I believe all the other communities' IGAs have lapsed. They are no longer in effect. At least that super IGA that we're.
Well, then maybe I need to better understand what is the disadvantage? I would love for Attorney Dittman to respond to what would be the disadvantage of not having an IGA with Boulder County?
It's that there is no requirement to have any discussions with us on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there would be no restrictions on our annexation abilities if we did it. I mean, theoretically, that could encourage development from a future board. I mean, there are some benefits in terms of expedited reviews of things like utilities, stuff like that that's in the county. But I think the primary, feature of this IGA is around annexation, how that works.
And having some input into what happens outside of our municipal borders.
Yep.
We heard from a lot of the community that they were so upset with helicopter spraying, which I completely understand.
And we've gone to drones.
And, the county has gone to drones along our borders, but,
I do think, sorry, from a land use perspective, a benefit independent of kind of if we have any control over what the county does outside our town limits is it provides predictability for our residents, our development community, and our board on future annexations during the life of the agreement, just so that process is somewhat less contentious and more predictable. However, the flip side of that is maybe an opportunity arises that we hadn't contemplated, and then we are limited, right? So I think there's pros and cons to that, but just from a predictability perspective, independent of if we ever have any control, that would be, again, but I think you're asking the right questions. What is in this for the town? What is the benefit to the town?
I remember.
Particularly when they're peeling back their
partnership
agreements,
Answer trustee Daddy's question, one thing that's in here, open space, it says the county agreed, this is in the existing IGA. The county agrees that for the term of this IGA, it will not purchase or otherwise acquire any land within the Lions planning area for open space purposes without the approval of the town. So they can't acquire those 4 new properties they're talking about unless we approve it, if this is in place. If it goes away, they can do whatever they want to.
Yeah.
So
And
does give us some
and it can be
information.
closed open space.
Yep.
As we've seen. Victoria, you had something?
I just remember at one of our very first negotiation meetings, that was the question we asked them, was we need to understand the benefits this has to the town. It made me chuckle, and I'll be asking that 18 months later. But I was thinking else to ask, I was gonna comment on. I think when you see the Longmont IGA, it is very simple, and all it is about the map, the growth area. That's it. Nothing else.
Well, what's in it for Longmont then?
Just that same predictability of how far they can grow. But there's no other.
Yeah, we didn't ask them that question, so it'd be something I'd be curious to hear about from the city of Longmont. Didn't track that conversation, but it might just be the predictability concern, or just provide that certainty for, again, development community, residents, and the county.
So, do we want to ask for a 6-month extension or an extension till the end of the year? And then
that might be too long. Yeah, I kind of agree. It's either we keep it very long and stay under 2012, or we make this what can't be drawn on for 6 more months.
Given this reaction, I have no idea how much of that is bluster and bluff. If it's not, then I would rather expend my time trying to get them to extend the 2012, because it is pretty damn simple. And does, I think, benefit us more than anything that we look in here.
And more than not having one.
More than not having one. I would rather put the effort in on that. So honestly, I don't care. 6 months, great. 8 months, great. Something that, you know, and then if they want to say, let's extend that 10 years, okay. At this point, if this is the way you're gonna be, then I'd rather negotiate that or not have one at all. But I don't want to not have one at all, because I do want us to have. You know, it's just that, I mean, what they're putting in here in terms of, it's like. It's ridiculous what they're suggesting. This can't be serious, what they sent back to us. Is it serious?
I think it is. I think it is.
Felt serious.
I mean, it came, I mean, it was our same team we always meet with. And they obviously gave this quite a bit of thought and discussion and then wrote this whole thing up.
What if we go back and say to them, yeah, we don't like this, this is ridiculous, we want to extend 2012.
Yeah.
Another 10 years. What, how would they react to that? How would they, do we have any idea how they would respond to that?
From being there since the beginning. This was quite a different document. I mean, the layout was the same.
Yeah.
But it was always has been very heavy on, if there is going to be growth, then it needs to be higher density growth control kind of. I don't want to speak out of turn here because some of this we discussed in executive session and I don't know how those rules apply right now, but they wanted the changes, I think, more than we did.
Well, and you know, we did discuss, and we discussed this in open session, the county's desire to skinny down the 2012 IGA into just land use. And so there were some negotiations about that.
Wasn't that rejected though? I mean,
Yes.
I do believe if we extended the 2012 long term, the work that has been done has not been done in vain, because I think it gives us a very good idea of how our people feel about work that boards will do going into the future. And any future board wants to pay attention to how people respond to this process. I think there's a lot we gain from that. I don't think it was wasted time for us. If in fact we're throwing all the work they did under the bus to just acquiesce to the county, then I understand why every other municipality does not have a current IGA.
Yep.
I mean, at what point did they realize, hey, we must have a problem in our processes here?
So what direction shall we give to staff this evening? I've heard, can we just keep the 2012 IGA for 10 years? I've heard 6 months. I've
I'm okay
heard.
with 6 months. The 10 years was half ingested.
We never know with you.
You'd like to revisit this at Christmas time.
It's just extending the deadline. If we can revisit it next week if we want to.
I propose extending the deadline until the end of July. And I think we make a decision between now and the end of July about what we want to do and where our line in the sand is.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. I'd like to see it be done in a public session.
But everything is in a public session.
I know, I don't want to do another workshop on this. I want to have an agenda item on here and discuss this.
Okay. My only concern is that I won't be here for the two
BOT sessions anymore.
But you will be here in June. Trustee Hamrick? What is there a staff opinion about a 1 month extension?
We have heard, via the email previous to this one, that they had concern about getting this in front of Commissioner Loachman and then the entire board of commissioners, in the month of June. So I don't know if July will be enough, but, if we still are gonna have a few more back and forths here, unless they can put it on their end of July agenda now, you know, so it doesn't get pushed again.
Would you be
Or
more
say
comfortable with
August.
August?
Maybe we
Sounds
split
like
the
you
difference
want-
to do 3 months, right?
Yeah.
A little.
I'm fine with August.
August,
I mean, that's assuming we'll have an IGA to put on their agenda.
yep,
End of August.
end of August.
End of August. Yeah.
Okay, all
Are
right,
there's overall okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
just like it.
so
Great.
that's,
Good talk, everybody. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the UED time of use discussion direction. We had a workshop on that earlier. Thank you. Here. What are we thinking about that?
I think that the UEB's done a great job on this. I think the presentation was terrific. We've been talking about this since 2/3 of the way through the last term. I think it's overdue. I think it's time to act. Probably the only thing I still don't adequately understand is why 5-1 as opposed to 4-1 or 3.3-1. I just don't quite understand that. That's all. All the rest of it, I think I understand. I think it's time to move on this now.
Anyone else? Trustee Hammer?
Yeah, at first when we discussed this in the FSC, I was sitting there going, what's in it for the town and the residents? And it finally came clear to me, at least from a financial perspective, when I read Means their rationale for raising rates. And long story short, I think when Jim showed the graphic usage and you look at 7 PM and it's way off the charts. And so in effect, that 3-year rolling average, we get charged the FCRC that 35%, 30, our rates are set on based on what that peak is. So if we can affect peak rates, I would bring that peak down long term, that will save overall our residents money, as well as the thing we don't know, the wild card is how they shift their personal usage, which I think give them the right incentive. And so to what the mayor pro tem said, I'm in full agreement. I just, which ratios do you use?
And how, if the board were wanting to move forward with this, is this an ordinance? Like, how is this?
Yeah, it'd be an ordinance. I think as we kind of experience with this most recent rate increase, there's a special process for electric utility rate increases. It has its own special notice requirements, but it'd be an ordinance with 2 readings and a public hearing.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Yeah, this makes sense to me, and I'm particularly, what particularly impressed me was the environmental aspect of it, like using more electricity during peak. Kicks in the carbon base as opposed to the green energy, so, yeah, let's go forward.
Trustee Branning?
Yes, I think I've sat through probably 8 UEB presentations. And just, the educational explanation component to explain this to ratepayers is gonna be difficult, but I think it's doable. But the basic principle here is that the rates that we charge our customers from the line electric utility should pretty closely mirror the wholesale rates we're paying to Mean, which are, the peak rates are way higher. And they don't match up well now, and so that some high energy users during peak times are being essentially subsidized by others who don't use that much energy to become, and it is fairer, as Chairman Kerr's presentation said, to make the rates that we charge to our retail customers match our wholesale costs. So that one group is not subsidizing another group, and it makes sense. I think this is the wave of the future. It is being done in Europe and other places, and Excel's moving this way, and other towns are gradually moving this way, and I commend Jim Kerr and Aaron and the UEB in particular for, and the FCC that's signed off on it too, for being ahead of the curve on this. I think you'll see this happen more and more in other places. And this is one area among others, such as ADUs, where Lions is leading the way, and I think it's a good thing for us to do.
Trustee Dillon?
I agree as well.
And so do I. So how does this work? Would the next step then be a draft ordinance?
So yeah, I'm sorry, I thought there was a cover memo in there for this specific one, so that you had the staff was requesting then that the board is stating staff should move forward with actually starting the process with Casell and Census for their billing. And that's gonna take a couple of months. The UEB is gonna start the educational program, and their desire was to come back in the fall with the actual ordinance.
Okay,
So this was.
okay. Okay. So we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, huh, Jim?
Excellent.
That doesn't mean you can resign.
You wait till the fall.
All right, do you need anything else from us on that, Victoria?
No, just so everyone understands, yeah, it won't be our next meeting, but we'll start drafting an ordinance and getting things ready. Once we have a better idea of the software conversion and implementation, and bring that back here in the next couple months.
Great, thank you. All right. Next, the special district utility fee structure. We had a workshop on that earlier. I think the suggestion to have staff meet with the fire district is a good one. And bring us back some options. Anybody have anything else to add?
We didn't talk about the library. I mean, because they're getting wholesale electric, and it just seems to me for these special districts, there ought to be parity and.
Yeah.
So,
The one difference is we own the library. They lease it from us, we're a landlord to them, the others are on their own property.
but the library is a separate tax entity.
Yeah, it is.
And
I
so,
just
I mean,
wanted
we
to- that's
own
the only
the
difference.
facility,
When,
but the land or the facility.
well, we have a 99-year lease. If they go away between there, it's all
Okay.
ours.
But they're responsible for the operation
Yes,
of the
they are.
library.
Yes,
and
they are.
Power and water and all that's part of their
And they're now
responsibility.
established, yeah.
So. But it just seems parity across the board. And plus, we didn't really talk about Lions Protection Fire District much about their current consumption is 10x of what normal consumption is, and they're paying a flat rate. That to me is more problematic than using the hydrants. I mean, so.
Well, can I add to that? I still think it's important that we track how much they're using from the hydrants.
Or let them, I think that's the discussion, Chief Biskey, because he sounded like that's gonna be a pain. And so if they can estimate, and also what I heard was they could change their practice to where they're not always using water. It's only in certain,
Well, and what I heard was there was a
Educational.
gap of 2 million gallons of water. Is that what you
Okay.
said, Administrator Simonson?
Oh, it varies
But that
every
was
year.
just right.
It varies every
and
year.
that's leaked
Some
over off
specific
of
number.
Fifth Avenue.
Well,
So we don't know.
and, you know, one of
Right.
the reasons that this came up is because a resident approached me about it and said the hydrant outside of the fire station has been shooting up into the air for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And
Think I'm-
they had figured out how many gallons based on,
Oh, wow. Yeah,
and that was just one time.
and that's a ratepayer.
As a ratepayer from Lions.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they're a district.
So if there's incremental costs that we're absorbing, which we are,
We are.
then I think they need to pay, and so I just think parity across all three of those, whether we give them wholesale rates or we give them the the rack rate, I don't,
That's a really good point. So is the suggestion that staff look at parity across all the districts?
Yeah, I wanted to comment. I agree with trustee Hammer, the parity across the board is the right thing. That's why I asked the question at the workshop about what the school district is. Not
right, no, I,
special districts are by taxes and they pay for it. The library thing, we did get checked. Had left as library district chair before the final deal was cut, but I think that there may have been a special agreement as part of the overall library project for that particular contribution. So we need to check and see if that's a contractual commitment, but the library does pay regular rates for like water and sewer and that kind of thing. But I agree. I think all the districts should be treated the same in terms of what they pay for their water, sewer, and electric.
I could work on a municipal entities type rate,
Special district.
special districts rate, and then also talk to the fire protection district about the hydrant usage and what we can do to track that. Get a meter for at least a period of time maybe and see what they're doing over 3 months and know. Or
See how much
back,
might be
then
different, see
come
how much
back.
comes out in an hour.
Special district rate, I don't think trustee Hammer would either. I think we were suggesting they pay the regular rates that other customers do, unless there's a contractual commitment, not.
Well, I would like to see, I would like to see some numbers about, what year to year, what Lyons taxpayers are essentially subsidizing.
We don't know, because we don't know how much water they're using. We have no clue.
Can I ask, do we have a hydrant meter available this summer? Is there one available right now
Yeah.
that's not used? I mean, isn't there a way to just ask them to track that over the next 3 months at least?
So I think just find out how much runs in 30 minutes. And then that way, when they're training, they can tell us, we trained for an hour and a half and we know how many gallons it is.
Right, I don't have one at the moment, but I expect one to be back.
So they pay flat rate, but there's no water meter on the
No,
property?
the flat
No.
rate is for inside the building
Right.
and washing their trucks.
And now we
Right.
know
So
how
they
much
pay
water.
$93 a month for all the water.
And there's
they
no
use.
water meter associated with that?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, yeah, for the
We know how
inside.
much water there is inside.
For
So we
inside,
know how much water they're using,
not from the hydrant.
not from the hydrant, but
But
from
for
the
the-
Oh,
inside.
yeah, we know how much they're using.
So I think we need to know.
I don't know if we're able to disclose that as a utility customer or not, Brandon. He's
We're
saying
not.
no.
Yeah, we're not.
no, it says in there. I thought it said in there.
You've already got how many thousand gallons they use.
Right, put the average in there.
The average?
Thought I could use what an average was.
They average 26,000 gallons.
Oh, my
I guess
God.
that if they said it's okay, then it's fine, but it was a core request, you're not supposed to disclose utility usage data.
This comes up frequently at the UEB, and if something has changed, I need to be re-educated, but this has been discussed multiple times before. My understanding was that regulated investor-owned utilities have to keep their utilities customer information confidential, but the municipally owned utilities do not. Although that if we frequently disclose all of our customers' bills, that could lead to a move in the legislature to impose that same confidentiality requirement on us. But for right now, there is no state law nor PUC regulation that requires us to keep utility customers' information confidential. That's what we were told in the past.
So that is true to the extent that, there's not a core request. It's very explicit in core that utility usage data is not discoverable via that process. But there's no separate obligation for us. We're not regulated by the PUC. We're carved out of the Colorado Privacy Act. And so there's no separate obligation for us to, maintain the information as confidential. But general practice has been not to disclose that information because it's not otherwise discoverable under CORA.
Okay, well, let's go back to what, trustee Darcy.
Well, and maybe we could just talk about the facts that we do know. So for example, they're paying a flat rate of $58.60 per month for water, and the average last year was 35,000 gallons a month. And how much would a typical residential use in a month? Is it 3,000 gallons?
Yes.
3,000 gallons, let's say.
So it's 10 by whatever.
Exactly. And what would a residential ratepayer like myself pay for 3,000 gallons of water?
$18 for the water and the base fees.
Okay, so we refer to multiply that by 10, you said 18 times, so they should be paying $180 per month.
Well, but it goes
If we
up
wanted to
per
look at-
gallon you use.
Oh,
at their rates and we're looking at making them standard non-residential, then that would be resolved. They would become a standard non-residential metered customer that pays the same rate as any other non-residential, if that's what you wanted.
well, that sounds like parity.
And then it really just becomes the hydrant as
Do you know that rate?
the item to talk about with them.
Of the non-residential, not off the top of my head.
I'm not paying a subsidized rate.
Okay, you're seeking parity. Staff will meet with fire department about how to better account for water usage without it being too cumbersome. Check the library contract, make sure there's no reduced rate agreement there. And bring something back.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think any of us want to see the cost of the water that's not related to actually fighting fires and helping the town be borne by the residents of the town.
Understand.
The district.
Okay,
All right.
we will work on this, might be just a couple meetings.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, finally, the referral regarding the South St. Brain open space purchase.
Yes, thank you. So, the last meeting, we let you all know that Boulder County is considering purchase and placing conservation easements on 4 parcels in unincorporated Boulder County west of town. At your direction, staff took this referral to the Parks and Recreation Committee and the Planning, and ECDC. And so I know the board liaisons are here tonight, so I don't, and we also have summary letters of their comments for you. This is something that we do have the ability to provide input on under the 2012 IGA. I would say we'll just take your direction on what you'd like us to share with the county.
Yeah. Both recommended that they should be open space, but would like to have a little voice at the table on what they plan to do with those. It was not unanimous. At either group, was it? I know PCDC was not.
Thought Parks and Rec, well, they didn't say, cause it was all by, email.
Okay.
Oh, we can't have two either.
You can't do that.
You can't do that. How they do that?
You have to have these discussions in an
Can't
open
see who did
meeting.
it.
Well, we discussed it.
Oh, that's
We-
PRC.
PRC,
No.
ECDC will start
We
the
sent
meeting.
it out.
You can't do that. Maybe we should.
I did not realize that.
Yeah.
Because if you discussed it in a meeting and then the chair sent out what you discussed in the meeting. Little like minutes or something, there's nothing wrong with that.
But you can't make a decision. You can't take a vote over email.
Nonetheless, it appears that folks think the topography is such that open space is appropriate, except for the areas that already have structures. But I think there's some desire to know what kind of use will the open space have? Was the sentiment, at least from planning commission,
Yeah.
who did meet in a meeting.
I don't think these properties, help us out in any fashion with a trail to haul. Because I mean, there's flats down at the bottom, but at the other end is when you run into those cliffs. So they're not gonna help us with the trail to haul. I think they're very appropriate for open space. I'm not sure what sort of public access would be desirable there. There doesn't seem to be any access to the river on them. I'm definitely in favor of it. Maybe we can conserve it. The alternative is for that, the building and the pasture and whatnot on the lower portion of it be sold for development, I guess. That would be the alternative.
Yeah, and it's in the county, so it would be one house on 35 acres.
Could be a heck of a house.
Now
It's a nice spot.
I would really like to see a conversation broader than this with Boulder County Open Space, which is. Do you intend with these properties, with your existing properties, or any properties you might acquire in the future, to Lyons long expressed desire to be an outdoor recreation destination, to bring in people and from outside Boulder County. Who might want to, we see them on, we hear on the weekends all the time, who might want to use the down trail system, the Hall Ranch Trail system, the Isle Ranch Trail system in some type of an integrated fashion. And if we simply keep saying, yes, keep it open space, and then they basically close the space, parcel after parcel after parcel, we never get there. So I'd like to see a broader picture view of, and a discussion with Boulder County Parks and Open Space of how do you, or do you at all intend to accommodate Lions' desire long-term to be an outdoor recreation destination? I mean, they've got a lot of property they own right now, and this would be more. And if so, how do they intend to do that? Or do they intend to take the attitude that, nope, it's our property, we're gonna decide what should be conserved and what shouldn't, and we'll keep it closed if we want to keep it closed.
Maybe what we
And
do,
I want to say, the EBC, I think, may talk about this as well, but from an economic perspective of, do we want to try to promote Lions as a destination? And enjoy our outdoor recreation things, so they need to be very, so I would say, yeah, I agree that these make some sense to requires open space, but it should be with an understanding of where we're going with this, and that includes, in my view, what they're gonna do with Hall Ranch 2, where they have declined to reinstitute the public participation process for years and years and years. They've said, until we get through the remediation up there, which has taken, what, 15 years? We're not gonna reinstitute the public input process. Well, I think to the extent we as a public body could get some public input from at least our citizens' perspective, now is the time to do it, because under this IGA that we have right now, if it's red letter, if I read it right, they can't acquire those spaces unless we say yes. So now is the time for us to sit down and talk with them and say, what do you intend to do with all this property that you keep adding to out southwest of Lyons? And how do you intend to coordinate that with
okay,
us?
maybe what we do is we ask, if Boulder County Open Space would be interested in having a joint workshop with us.
That would be a great idea.
I mean, our experience with them, like, just coming in and observing in the first 2 years, it's like, oh, they're the people who somehow in some way end up being their own ditch company. Where Boulder County Open Space does whatever they want to do and not asking anybody's input. And I'm with you on this. I don't know exactly how we could recommend the use of those specific properties, but yeah, like Home Ranch too. It's like, come on, folks. There doesn't seem to be any responsibility there that they are part of us. Right? So yes, a workshop would be terrific because I'd like to find out where they develop a culture that makes them think they're God, small g, but still.
I,
You know, this whole South St. Vrain corridor is a recognized recreational area for both visitors and residents alike. The thing that always got to me, it has been 6 or 7 years since that water riparian area has been remediated. They spent more money putting up 3-strand barbed wire around the entire area and posting against the public than they did in any sort of management plan.
okay, I wanna reel us back in here. So the question is, what do we wanna say in the referral?
Yeah.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, the general consensus of the board is yes, and I would actually include all of the recommendations and suggestions from the PRC and from the PCDC. And ask for a meeting to discuss the broader future of the Lions area when it comes to outdoor recreation and open space. Okay,
Well, but
thank you. All right, let's do trustee reports.
Thank you, Jim.
Trustee Delman, thank you, Jim.
So the PRC met, the majority of the time was spent talking about those parcels, and residents were there and talked about their concerns. And about what the escape routes for fires going through there. And That's about it.
All right, thank you. Trustee Browning?
The EDC has not met since our last meeting, they're going to meet next, maybe it's this week.
I think it's this week.
And I think they may have some input on the, open space thing as well. UED met on May 7th, they went through the town, kind of used the presentation one more time, which you heard tonight. They looked very carefully at a 90% draft of the report of the consultants who've been looking at the box culvert. Lots more pictures, and the general consensus of the UED is that consultant has done an excellent job. They aren't to the point where they're recommending, you've got to do 1, 2, 3, it's gonna cost X amount, but they're getting close, but that is progressing in terms of what we need to do on the drainage culvert on the north side. They also talked about the, working draft of the wastewater treatment plant, RFP. And there's kind of been a subcommittee of the UED that's been working with town staff on that, and, that's, as we said earlier, getting ready to go out, and that's gonna be a big multi-million-dollar deal.
Mayor Burchell?
HPC meets Wednesday, this week, no,
Trustee Love?
Policy board meets tomorrow night if they have a quorum. If they don't, I'm gonna have to figure out some way to get with Bob Breckenridge to get that referral back on the creek.
The Arts and Humanities Commission met on the 13th of May. They didn't have a quorum until partway through, so it was mostly discussion in the beginning. There really wasn't anything to vote on except for the creative outlets. They received 8 submissions, and 5 of them I were happy to see were local submissions. They did an online vote to decide. And it really,
You do online
well,
votes.
so what it is like a survey where you kind of give them a number between 1 and 10 for each submission. So I don't know if that's, so I think it would.
They could do that on their own, but they need to be in a meeting when.
Right, so we
they
were in a meeting to discuss, the results from that. So yeah, so they, at the meeting, they discussed, and I think there was a quorum at that point. The survey that had gone out as to which ones you thought deserve merit. I
Can
wasn't
you explain
clear.
to me this survey again? And so is it like you pick
So what
different-
happened is what they did was they sent out all 8 submissions from the artists. And basically you had to give a number between 1 and 8 as to whether you strongly agreed with this submission as being the best submission or the best proposal, I guess. And they pretty much tallied those and discussed them at the meeting.
Who tallied them?
Well, that's a really good question.
The staff or the?
I'm not sure if it was staff or, I think it
I
might
mean,
be
it
staff.
would be better, I mean, if you're gonna do this at all, to, send it to staff, have staff tally it, staff discuss what the results are, then make a decision as to what you want to do with it. And that sending in the results is not in any way binding or decision or anything. It's just gathering information.
Here's the results, and then at the meeting, they discuss.
Right, and
But
that's what
no one knows
happens.
the results until the meeting.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Okay, well, I did not know the results until the meeting. I don't
Okay.
know about I did not know. I found out the results to this, but there was a question around whether we needed to approve that final submission that won the.
For the creative outlets?
Exactly.
We never have before.
That's what I thought. I thought that we basically trust the Arts and Humanities Commission to go with whichever
Yeah.
one they agree was the top.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to announce who got the best, who got the most votes or not. But somebody was selected and she's local and she's a young girl who has a lot of artistic talent and she's already done 2 creative outlets in town.
Okay, great.
So anyways, and I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say.
Keep going.
Keep going. So do you remember that Shea lion that we discussed?
Yeah.
We were showing a picture of for the
Yeah.
Bone Park.
Yeah.
We all loved it. Well, I was really surprised to see that the first quote that came in for transporting it to Lions was like $5,000.
Very expensive.
So I was wondering if there were funds for that. I was also wondering about this moose called Rusty, who the artist apparently feels really strongly about bringing him to Lions, but we've already allocated, the monies for the 8 sculptures for this year. And so apparently he'd be willing to I guess, stall the stipend or stall, because he just wants to find a community that will take it now, is what I'm understanding. And so if we don't give him an answer now, he's gonna find another community for this moose called Rusty. Okay, so anyways, I'm not sure where we're at with that. The call has gone out for the mural on Broadway, the call to artists. And we are working on guidelines for the call to artists for the municipal flag, which will be coming out soon. The next art show will take place on July 23rd. Sorry, I think that's it for the Arts and Humanities. And for the Housing and Human Services Commission, you got an update from the chair here. I just want to point out that yes, HUD had revised the AMI and then that does impact rent. And so I noticed that 2 bedrooms have gone up $63 and 3 bedrooms have gone up $72. And there is a 2-bedroom townhome and a 2-bedroom single family home available. And I'd like to know whether we are allowed in the town e-blast to advertise those vacancies or not. So I'm just wondering, how are we reaching out? How are they reaching out to the local population to advertise these vacancies?
It's a question for them.
And I'm just wondering, would we be okay with them going into an e-blast so that we are informing at least ratepayers, I guess, of these vacancies?
Is there a staff opinion on whether we should be doing that?
I think we talked about that at one point, when we were trying to support, getting locals educated about it, since we didn't have a daily newspaper kind of thing. I mean, normally we don't advertise that sort of thing for others, but if you want to for affordable housing, we certainly, I mean, it's up to you guys, since we don't have a housing authority local.
Well, I'm seeing the property manager on Thursday afternoon. I'm gonna drop by and talk to her about their advertising strategies. I was just wondering if I could put that on the table or not. So that was one of my questions. And then
It's up to you guys.
And then I know the commission is still waiting, they had a discussion around their focus for 2025, and I feel like they're still waiting on direction for the Board of Trustees regarding language in the Lions Municipal Code around their responsibilities. So I think once we're
waiting for the other group.
Once we discuss that, that will give them some focus. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
great, thank you.
Okay, SFC met on May 8th. Unfortunately, I was out of town and couldn't zoom in. But you may have heard Edward Keene had stepped down a chair a couple months ago. So Kathy Carroll was interim, and then so this past meeting, she was elected as the permanently as the chairperson.
Great.
Jeff Christie's vice chair. And then Cassidy sent me an email right before we came in here. They talked about developing an organic waste diversion plan, and I believe BOCO has a grant for composting, and they would like a statement of commitment from the Board of Trustees. So maybe by, I'm not sure exactly what, so
Maybe they would like
next
to
meeting,
present to us.
at the next meeting, you can bring it forward.
Let's make sure that we get them on the schedule to present to us if they have a request. Get them on an agenda.
DAB, or you, SFC.
SFC, yeah.
It's a letter of support for,
I need to read it.
Okay.
I just get it.
Okay.
I'll just put letter of support on June 2nd agenda.
Yeah, it doesn't, I'm not sure it has to be on the second,
And
Okay, we'll
could
put
be
We'll
a,
see.
yeah.
Yeah,
Figure out what.
Figure out what they want. Okay, that's great, thank you. So PCDC met, you all saw the results of that. I went down to Dr. Cog for the Small Cities Hot Topics quarterly meeting. Was hoping to get a briefing on AI, but the person giving that had to scuttle that. But it was a great meeting. Dr. Cog is Wednesday night. As always, the invitation's open. And then Thursday evening, CML is having a district meeting in Berthoud at 5, starting at 5 o'clock. It's not our CML district, but it's actually closer than Brighton, which is our CML district, and that was a couple weeks ago. So if you have interest in going to the district meeting in Berthoud on Thursday night, you can register and you just let me know. It's interesting. It's a dinner and people talk about what's going on in their different municipalities. So it's always interesting to find out what other folks are doing. And since I'm on the subject of CML, I'll remind us that their conference is June 24th through the 27th in Breckenridge.
Is anyone planning on going to CML?
The conference, yeah.
Okay.
I think.
I was wanting to go, but I'm gonna
if something changes, the accommodations have been secured. So I guess it's just me, Brandon.
Well, I'll see you there. I mean, we'll figure something out.
Do you want to give us direction on advertising or not?
Oh, on advertising the summit.
Or any affordable housing openings or not?
I personally think it's fine to announce unless there's a reason that we're not picking up.
The only thing I think of is if you do it for one, you know, we need to do it for all
affordable housing.
that ask us to, because you wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I can imagine if the county wanted to.
I just want to make sure we're not, you know, any disclaimer that we're not
Do we do anything for Wall South when it has vacancy?
housing authority. They have
There's a wait
wait
there for like 6 to 8 years.
You better get on it now.
Yeah.
Serious.
It's true. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, if you change your email, I just let them know.
People are okay if we do that? Okay.
Okay, can we have a summary of action items? Please?
There you go.
Yes, item one, I have Boco Housing to send resale documents and updated AMI numbers to the Board of Trustees. That was from the workshop. A request for formal action plan for evacuation for those with no transportation. Item three, a potential send off for the kayaking team. Item four, sign the letter of support for CDOT. Item five is to send the stream bank study to the EAB and the Parks and Recs Commission. Next, I have ordinances 1189, 1190, and 1191 passed on second reading. Ordinances 1192 and 1193 passed to second reading. Next, I have where to move forward with more information on the Boulder County Charter Court options. Next, send the Longmont /Boco IGA to the board for review. Next, request a 3-month extension for the current Boulder County IGA until the end of August. Next,
It's only 2 months. It expires the end of June. Currently.
oh, I thought I heard 3, so 2 months?
2 months.
It's August 3rd.
2 months till the end of
August 3rd.
August.
Yeah, it was confusing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Next, I have staff is to move forward with the time of use ordinance and software conversion. Number 12, I have staff is to meet with fire on tracking water usage, parity, and review the library agreement and bring back a draft ordinance to the board sometime in the future. Next, I have staff is to ask if Boulder County Open Space has interest in a joint workshop. Next, regarding the Boulder County referral, it was said yes and include all Parks and Rec Commission and PCDC recommendations and ask for meeting of broader future of Lions Rec area. Number 15, the SFC on future agenda for letter of support for a composting plan. And number 16, the board approved an e-blast for summit openings. Did I miss anything?
I think it should say all affordable housing, just so.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only other one I had was share at the Longmont IGA.
Thank you. Brandon?
I already sent Dolores the amended general offenses ordinances, so I think I got everything at this point.
Great.
And then meet with fire district, we said that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I just, you're the way you do it and the way I do it are slightly different, so it's, okay.
All right. Terrific. Thank you, everybody. Motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
9:30.
I don't know what I went, but I
Good
did
night.
something.
Good night, Brandon, thank you.